Now you're ready to sail for the Horn. Way, hey, roll and go. Our boots and our clothes, boys, are all in the porn. To be rollicking randy dandy, oh. Heave a pole, heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cable's all stored. To be rollicking randy dandy, oh. Hey. Soon we'll be warping her out through the locks. Way, hey, roll and go. Where the pretty young girls all come down in their frocks. To be rollicking randy dandy, oh. Heave a pole, heave away. Hey, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cable's all stored. To be rollicking randy dandy, oh. Come breast the bars, bullies, heave her away. Way, hey, roll and go. Soon we'll be rolling her down through the bay. To be rollicking randy dandy, oh. Heave a pole, heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cable's all stored. To be rollicking randy dandy, oh. I thought I heard the old man say, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Tomorrow ye will get your pay, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. Oh, the wind was foul and the sea ran high. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. She shipped it green and none went by, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. I hate to sail on this rotten tub. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. No grog allowed and rotten grub, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. We swear by our oath for want of more. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. But now we're through, so we'll go on shore, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her.
Leave her, Johnny. Leave her. Just do it. Please. Someone get Johnny to listen. The bloke won't do it. What a fool. What a fool. How are you guys? Are you feeling good? Johnny's deaf? That would explain it. So Johnny doesn't know, is what you're saying. So we've just been yelling at him and he can't hear it. That, you know what? That makes sense. That would explain it. That would check out. Makes sense. How are you guys? How's everybody doing? How's your weekend? I had a lovely time doing something kind of super secret and cool. That's pretty fun. But I went to a Brazilian steakhouse called Fogo de Chao. And very good, very good. But I ordered a dessert that me and my wife consumed. We had like a bite or two of it, and it was like not great. It was like I think it was a papaya cream thing. So we tried it, and it was like, And I swear to God, when we got home, our insides turned into lava, and our entire body was trying to escape out of us. Like, woke up at 2 a.m. Both of us have like a blistering fever, like hardcore food poisoning. Hardcore food poisoning. Really, really rough. Really rough. It didn't come out the bottom. It came out the top. I puked my brains out. But once it was out, I felt way better. But yeah, that was a joy. The rest of the meal was great. That was bad. That honestly, that whole thing, 2 thumbs down from this guy. But other than that, it was a really good time. And I cannot wait to share with you what we've been working on behind the scenes. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Frankly, we're going to get to it. We're going to share it because it's been a good time with some very good people. And I was going to like casually mention what it is, but I think it'll be more fun if I can do like a sorted reveal type of thing. So it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Luke's the protagonist of Fallout 5. Yeah, in that game, I just follow my dad around while he does all the cool stuff. I think that's the key. Dude, starting the show with sea shanties is such like a dangerous way to start, because now they're going to be stuck in my head the whole stream, the whole time. Not that that's a bad thing. It's just you guys better be ready for just random. So buckle up. Buckle up for that. Sorry, not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Okay, so real quick, I wanted to mention this thing because this is kind of crazy. I kind of forgot about this game, honestly. And it seems like everybody else did too. So honest question before we get into like the big stuff, because today we're going to go through our final predictions for the Game Awards. The like famous viral statue from the desert has been moved to LA. It is now on display outside of the venue for the Game Awards. So we're going to talk about all that. There's been some confirmed showings. Like I think they confirmed that Lego Batman is going to have a trailer at the Game Awards. So there's some stuff that's like locked in, but I mainly want to focus on the stuff that is more speculative. The timelines, like, oh, this studio's been silent and they kind of insinuated they might have something soon. And, you know, I want to tackle that stuff. So we're going to go through all of that. We're going to check it out. It's going to be cool. And we'll run through it because there's a good number of topics and potential games. Well, here's what I was thinking, Kino Man Sky. I was like, what if we did something fun where we do like a bingo sheet? And if we get a bingo during the show, we do something like, I don't know, a PS5 giveaway or something. Like, could that be fun? Because then like it's high stakes. We're watching the show. We're like, oh, did Kojima come out and talk for more than 2 minutes? And if he does, that marks off a box. And then, oh, did a random celebrity that has nothing to do with any of the video games come out on stage for something? Yes, mark that box. You know, like that I think that'd be fun. And then we can do something fun, like a PS5 giveaway to celebrate it, you know? I think that could be fun. A RAM stick giveaway? That's too expensive. Come on, man. I'm not made of money over here. PS5, we can do that. You're talking about giving away RAM? How dare you? Why don't I just give away a car at this point, you know? Why not just give away a car? I still can't get over the year Timothée Chalamet was there for no reason and said 3 words. Yeah, well, Timothée Chalamet, like, here's the deal. Apparently he is like an actual gamer. There's that one bit about Timothée Chalamet controller modding, where like back in the day, he had, like, before he was famous, he had a page as like a kid where he posted like controller modding videos for modding Xbox controllers and stuff. It's like he's an actual gamer and like an actual bro. Like he's a real fan. And honestly, I respect that. If he's a celebrity who honestly likes gaming and he wants to be like, and he wants to be at the Game Awards, I kind of respect it. But like if he, for example, like who was it? There was one celebrity, was it Al Pacino, something like that. They'll have random celebrities there where you can tell that like they had their grandkids tell them you should do this, or their agent was like, you have a movie that's roughly adjacent to gaming, you should get out on that stage. Yeah, the random Vin Diesel had a game that was god awful that was coming out, and so he just was on the Game Awards stage. And those are the things that I feel less forgiving towards. Like, for example, this. I don't know if you guys saw it, but there's a couple of big reveals for hosts, okay? Number one, he's in the studio with me now, so he's going to have to fly to LA. But it is confirmed Todd Howard will be a presenter at the Game Awards. And more importantly, they actually got somebody even bigger. Like, this is moving and shaking the ground. This is like a very big deal. I honestly don't know how they landed this one. A sex symbol throughout all of America, like one of the biggest, hottest celebrities today, has a legacy and a career already that's taken the world by storm. Miss Piggy, she will also be there hosting and presenting an award. So this is going to be quite the show. Quite the show, my friends. Quite the show. I also just freaking love that they have like an actual picture of Todd Howard. And then they had an actual picture of Miss Piggy. It's just funny, you know? It's just funny. I respect it, honestly. I respect the game. I love me some. Dude, did that just make the glasses worse? It totally did. I grabbed the rag to wipe the glasses and it just made it worse. That's terrible. What a disaster. Disaster stream inbound. So anyway, Miss Piggy is gonna be rocking and rolling at the Game Awards. Pogs for that. But no doubt there's gonna be random celebrity cutaways where you're just like, what? It wasn't like 3 years ago. I think it was like 3 or 4 years ago. It was probably the worst one where it was like mostly film and movie like presenters and stuff. Like Jordan Peele was there. And like it just was really, really strange. And the vibe I've always gotten is that Jeff really wants gaming to be taken seriously, which I can appreciate. But I think the way that he wants to do that typically is by getting it to be taken seriously by like the Hollywood elite and the people in LA, the movers and shakers over there. And I can understand why, but I think we're doing our own thing. We don't need them, you know? We don't need our thing. Peele's working with Kojima. Well, with that specifically, it was that they had like really not anything to show, but then they let them talk on stage for like 6 or 7 minutes. Something that like nobody else had the privilege of. And I don't know if that was the year that they had the wrap it up signs, which that might have been 2023. It's all a blur. But we'll see. Yeah, to a certain extent, there's always going to be a problem. No matter what, people will have a problem with the show. There'll be something where it's like, you had too much music. You had too many mobile games. You had too many ads. You had too many AAA things, not enough indie. You had too much indie, not enough AAA. Like, there's always going to be a problem and people complaining about something. But overall, I think the Game Awards, it's a good time. It fills a hole in the industry. And props to Jeff for building this thing out of the ash of... I think it was Spike TV is where it was held before. If you haven't seen clips of that, like old school Spike TV Game Awards, 2005, 2000. Dude, is this 2000? They said 2003. Dude, only in the left ear. A different time. A different time, my friends. A different time. Yeah, you get the guys from Jackass on your stage. You should kind of expect that, I guess. You should not be that surprised. Oh my God. Yeah. What are the odds that I just casually stroll there? 2014, I think, was the year, or 13 maybe. Maybe 2013 is what it was, because I think 2014 was the first year. And yeah, this is what it used to be. It used to look like this. A blueprint. Yeah, you remember the random little bits? Joel McHale is just there.
In the next 60 minutes of VGX.
So let's kick off the hour with something you've all been waiting for. The game is rumored to have as much content as a whole season of the TV show it's based on. And when you can use the word content to describe a talking piece of feces, you know you're in for something special. Here's our world premiere from South Park, The Stick of Truth.
Dude, what a weird time in gaming, right? Like, what a weird time.
Locked, so the game is what it is. Now it's a matter of balancing, making things work and work well.
Right.
So the team right now, shout out to them, is working their asses off to really hammer this thing and bring it home. You know, we know there's a lot of people expecting it.
Right.
There's a lot of people that have, fought for us, so, we want to bring it to them.
Yeah, the mechanics of the Titans and the pilots, and for people that may not have sort of known a lot about this game, tell us now with the introduction of the new Titan, how does the gameplay change? I mean, it's still...
My understanding is when Spike TV fell apart, G4 fell apart, like, you remember there were all of these news channels and everything for, not news channels, like TV channels even, that were like trying to capitalize on geek culture and nerd culture. And so VGX and, the Spike TV G4 stuff, it was all trying to do that. And it worked for a while, but then the rise of the internet and streamers and content creators, it just really made it much harder for them to do it. And like, if you remember the reboot of G4, that kind of tells you everything you need to know about it. Like, if you just pull up G4 reboot, I mean, this is the type of thing that you start to see pulling up. Not a lot of positivity. Not a lot of positivity, I'll tell you what. But they rebooted it. It failed again. They pointed to the Frost grant, which we've looked at on stream before. But I think it was a mixture of many things. This was just kind of the cherry on top, where people are like, okay, I'm good. But it's because, like, you just frankly can't run a cable news channel on video games with ridiculous budgets. Like, they had something stupid like $100 million budget for what they were doing, and the content was doing like 15,000 views, 20,000 views. Like, it just was not working at all. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't work anymore that way. Yeah, the official teaser of G4's return. But to Jeff's credit, when all of these big outlets shut down, he went and did his own thing and kickstarted the Game Awards. And I mean, now look at it. He's kind of the only player in town doing it, and certainly the biggest, and it's only getting bigger and bigger. Yeah, what a crazy thing. What a crazy thing. If X-Play returns, I will legit cry. Careful what you wish for. Careful what you wish for. Anyway, that was a whole thing. That was a whole thing, my friends. What a crazy time. What a crazy time. It was great for its time, but I think nowadays there's just content creators and like individuals can pump out content at least just as good in terms of production quality, if not better. They can do it faster, way cheaper. Like, if there's a breaking news story, if right now, for example, Todd did something shocking. Let's say Todd did something that he's never done before, and everybody's just like totally shocked. Like, let's say hypothetically that Todd just casually decided to re-release Skyrim again. This happened, an hour ago, but even if it happened a minute ago, I would be able to quickly talk about this and we'd be able to look at it, and we'd be able to clip it and have it uploaded within like an hour and a half. And then we have our video out discussing it and covering the news. But like G4 would have to take a day or 2 days or 3 days to do it. And it would be, you know, quite the ordeal. And so it's just, they can't compete. Unfortunately for them. But yes, that is actually true. They did just re-release Skyrim on the Switch 2. Shockingly, a free upgrade for Switch players. So if you want to get it, you don't have to buy it again. But basically, it's just the same game that you had on base Switch. It just has like an enhancement for the Switch 2 is my understanding. Yeah, so you can download the Switch Anniversary or the Switch 2 version for free if you already owned it. Otherwise, it's $60. 2011, by the way. But yeah, you can get that. That's a thing. So there you go. There you go. Todd's done it again. Imagine if that's what the statue was for. Can you even imagine? Clearly, it's not, because they haven't confirmed anything. But like, can you imagine if they did all of that for like a Switch 2 port of Skyrim? It would be so freaking funny after all of that talk and discourse. Oh, it would be funny. That would be a funny thing, Todd. Tell you what. That'd be pretty freaking funny. Pretty hilarious. Okay, real quick, let me catch up on this before we get going. Optimus, thank you for the sub over on Twitch. Silver Mac, thank you for the sub as well as Tiny Tusk. Thank you for the sub. Over on the YouTube side of things, I realized I didn't have these unmuted. I'm terribly sorry. Raurumi, I think Skyrim 4 Switch 2 just dropped 30 FPS plus crashes. That's what you got to pay for. $60. 70, it comes without crashes. Degrees Below, thank you for the 12 months. Ooh, baby, a full year. Just saw a video by Duke Steven, and he reported that Despacito 2 was confirmed. I'm so excited. I'm going to use all my PTO when it comes out. That's good. That's good. I mean, I thought he confirmed Despacito 2 and Knack 3, but I could be wrong. ZMAT, thank you for the 2. ZMAT also thank you for the other 5 you sent. Do you think the statue resembles that thing impaled in Midra's body from Elden Ring? So the statue, I'm sure we'll circle back to it. The statue, I can pull it up. Here. The statue, and the thing about the statue that I just can't get over is specifically the crocodile thing with a what looks like human arm with 4 fingers and a thumb. That's very specific. And it's something that you don't see in many designs like this. It's very weird. It could be something from software related. It's not impossible. It could be like Duskbloods. Is that it? Duskbloods? Yeah, Duskbloods. It could be Duskbloods related. There's plenty of opportunities for that. I don't know, man. At this point, I don't know. I hope it's for something really big, but part of me worries that it's for something that like Concord 3, you know. I don't know. Very Divinity, that would be cool. I think it'd be like a little early for them to reveal that, unless they're gonna do something like I don't know, unless they're gonna do something like early access again, maybe. Lords of the Fallen. Well, Merrick, the head honcho over there, said, flattered so many think that we're behind the statue. Can confirm it's not us. We're just as hype as you are. Devs are praying it's something from software. Huge respect to them and dreaming of reaching that level one day. Big news coming for Lords of the Fallen and Lords 2. And so that is coming from the CI Games CEO, and he's saying it's not them. Corey's new game is rumored to be sci-fi. I don't know if he's in chat. Please confirm. Maybe it's worth a shot. But it's rumored to be sci-fi related. Who knows if it actually is or not? I don't know. Who knows? Cancel me. I don't care. I don't know. I confirm it. Can you imagine that gets picked up? Somebody in Luke's chat confirmed randomly that, that this is actually Corey's game. Nobody knows. Yeah, somebody claiming to be Corey's mom. So I just, it's fun to have something we just have no idea about, you know? It's fun to be bedeviled. It's fun. I like it. I like mystery. You know, I like when we're talking about rumors and speculation and we just don't know. I love that. I love it. Also, sorry over on Twitch. Twitch's ingest server is like freaking out. On YouTube, we are lock solid with our bitrate. On Twitch, it is all over the place. Yeah. I don't know what on earth is happening. I'm sorry if you're watching over on Twitch. I'm looking at the graph, and the graph is like, for Twitch, it is a disaster area. But on YouTube, it's just like lock solid. That's crazy. That's crazy. Well, I can at least tell you on YouTube, it's lock solid. But there you go. There you go. It's YouTube's a few seconds behind. Yeah, but at least it's not imploding like Twitch is. Maybe Twitch will sort itself out. Also, real quick, an update to a story thing that we talked about previously. So you remember on Friday, we talked about the offer from Netflix to buy Warner Brothers, and that would include the Warner Brothers like games portfolio. There's an update. In case you're not in this world, Paramount has actually come in with just the biggest big dick energy ever. So the offer from Netflix was for about $80 billion. It's like 82.3. They can adjust that during the buying process if they review the books and are like, oh, I don't know. Like they can adjust it. But Paramount has come out and just slapped it on the table. Okay. What did they do? Dude, they are offering like over $100 billion. Show me the
At
FAQ.
Arkham Vigilante 5,498 donated $20 through Super Chat. You were right, really been entering AC Origins, but do you think people would have liked AC Odyssey and Valhalla more if they labeled or named it like a Tales from the Brotherhood or something like that instead?
It's an interesting question. I mean, I think Odyssey, yes. I think would have gotten less flack at the time. Nowadays, people go back and like, hey, it's actually really good. I think Odyssey, if it was framed a little differently and pitched a little differently, the narrative would have shifted. As for Valhalla, like, what am I supposed to say? I mean, it's the best selling and highest revenue generating Assassin's Creed game in history. So clearly, gamers thought that was good and like they didn't mind it. I just thought as a game it wasn't phenomenal. But I mean, crazy amounts of people voted with their wallets that they thought it was totally fine. Don't worry, I didn't skip any super chats. I just have like a long list and I got to work through them. But if I go through all of them at once, I'm just sitting here for like 35 minutes reading stuff because you guys are too generous. Stop giving me money. It's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Eden Corn the long way. What a name. What a name. What a name. But yeah, this is just a little update on that deal.
Our offer is $30 a share, all cash.
Cash.
$41 billion in equity that's backstopped by the Ellison family and Redbird. $54 billion in debt with commitments from Citi, Bank of America, and Apollo. We have faster regulatory certainty to close, and our deal is pro-consumer, it's pro-creative talent, it's pro-competition. And we believe that when you actually, to further contextualize, our $30 in cash, or sorry, $30 a share, is basically $17.6 billion in cash more than the $23 in share that they signed up.
Right. Well, you're not obviously paying. You're paying for Global Networks. Their deal doesn't involve paying for Global Networks, which are traded as its public company. Which, by the way, also figures very prominently here in trying to determine what the overall value of the respective deals are, because there are.
Basically, the offers are slightly different, because Netflix didn't want a chunk of like the networking stuff. Paramount does want that. So the offer's more to get more, but Netflix didn't want the networking stuff for good reason, because it's like losing money. But like this is kind of crazy. I can't believe I'm in a spot where I kind of prefer, like because all I can do is speak from a gaming side, because that's my bread and butter. People who prefer movies might have different feelings, but from a gaming perspective, I think Paramount probably would be better for the gaming division. Netflix, I think, would put it all into Netflix, like mobile game development that would be like free to play through your Netflix app and stuff, and it would all be super trashy and toxic. But either way, I hope none of it goes through. I hope it doesn't consolidate, because consolidation tends to be very, very bad for competition. But unfortunately for everybody, I'm not the God King of the universe. What are you going to do? What games does Paramount care about? Paramount has a huge portfolio of stuff. They manage many, many different things. But I think that they tend to be like, Netflix's primary goal is to further their streaming ambitions. So their whole thing is centered on getting people to use the Netflix app as much as possible. Paramount does all sorts of stuff in all sorts of different market sectors. They're much more diversified, whereas Netflix, everything that they buy would have to feed into the goal of getting you to download the Netflix app, use it exclusively, and never ever ever cancel your membership. And so for gaming, for movies, that's why they said that it would be really bad for film, because they would buy out Warner Brothers, and then the next Justice League movie comes out and it's in theaters for a week, if that, and then it launches on streaming. You know, that's basically what they do. So it's all bad. It all kind of sucks. Consolidation is just generally bad for the industry, for
At
all
Alucard
industries. And here we are.
171 donated $10 through Super Chat. I think Todd missed an opportunity to make a special announcement at the Game Awards and announce Skyrim for the Switch too.
Yeah, he did it early now. He did it early, but he will be at the Game Awards as a presenter. So he's going to be there. So maybe he's got some exciting reveal related to Elder Scrolls. He has another trailer, and then the game's going to come out another 7 years after the trailer. Who knows? Who knows? We're announcing the Elder Scrolls 7 coming in 2043. We're really excited about it. I will be 85 years old at that point, but I promise it'll be really great. It will just work. It will just work. Man. But don't worry, we'll talk about it. We'll get through it. Looks like Twitch stabilized a little bit. I don't know what the hell's happening. Real quick, let me continue catching up on all of these. Thank you for your generosity, everybody. Meta, thank you for the 2. Are we going to see another stage jumper a la Bill Clinton? You mean his rabbi, Bill Clinton? I don't think so. When I was at the Game Awards, not Game Awards, Summer Games Fest in 2024, and then even this year in 2025, dude, they have security lining the stage. Usually you can't see them in frame, like in the stream broadcast, but now they have security lined up. Like, they take it pretty seriously now. It's unfortunate that they had to have somebody storm the stage to start taking it seriously, but now they do. So I don't think you'll see that again. Let's see. Hawk Rock. Thank you for the 2. Anyone who is the enemy of Reddit is a friend of me. Dude, whenever I hear somebody say they went on Reddit, I'm like, why? Like, why did you do that to yourself? Let's see. Fawaz, thank you for that 10. Hey, Luke, do you think we hear anything from Rocksteady Studios? Gaming community has been forever silent about Rocksteady games. New Batman reboot, and yeah, Max Payne reboot by Remedy. Peace. I think we might see the Max Payne reboot. That's been in production for a while. As for whether we see what Rocksteady's doing, it would be early. I mean, they were working on the pitch for whatever game is next for them, like mid to late last year. So it would be very, very, very early, because they also reportedly have been doing support work on Hogwarts Legacy and some of those games. that they're doing in Harry Potter. So I think they've been busy. It's just, I'd be surprised if they have anything to show. Maybe they do. Maybe it's just like a little sizzle reel, you know, and that's the thing that kind of makes it difficult to talk about all this, because like, yeah, it might be really, really early. That doesn't mean they're not going to show it. I mean, again, like it looks like they showed off Elder Scrolls 6 when they literally had nothing. So like they either did it internally or more likely hired an outside studio to render that cinematic trailer with as they look over the logo along the coast. But that, like, I don't think any of that was built in Creation Engine. Like, I don't think they had anything done at that point. It would shock me. It would shock me if they had anything done. So, you know, you never doubt it. They could totally show something off when they have nothing else prepared. Nothing else. Who knows? Larian Studios' new game. A lot of people think that this could be for Divinity. A lot of people are saying, allegedly. Just saying, just my opinion. Cancel me. I don't care. Cancel me. I have an idea to potentially help our streaming problems over for Twitch. Skibbity-dee-bit-doo. Let me try this. Because Twitch is just freaking out. Twitch, I don't, just like can't manage itself. It's losing it. It's losing its mind. It sucks. Okay. Cancel this, man. Is somebody gonna step up? Will I be streaming the Game Awards? That is the plan, my friends. That is the plan. Yes. Yes. Oh, is it? It's like kind of choppy now.
At Kane 8222 donated $10 through Super Chat. You think we'll see anything from E33 free DLC? Which, by the way, Giga Chads for giving us free DLC. SMS did the same for Valhalla DLC.
Yeah, I would love for them to be there. Again, it's just like, have they had enough time? You know? And I guess it just depends on their timelines and what it looks like. Okay, I thought lowering the bitrate for Twitch would like help it, but now it's just like completely stopped. I don't know if Twitch is just dying or what. Fam, I don't know how to help you. Maybe if I shocked Twitch, maybe that would. Do they have shock collars for websites? Is that a thing? It's not shocking. It's correction. I just need to correct Twitch.
Kiko donated $5. Do you think we'll see something from Software? That's not Duskbloods. There was that one unannounced project that was leaked earlier this year.
The thing with it being From Software related, honestly, is just that like they do have a game. People have kind of forgotten about it, but they do have a game coming. It's amazing that like this isn't being talked about more. But they do have a like big AAA game slated for release next year. So it could be a trailer for that game, but they do have it. It's been announced, been revealed. It is a Switch 2 exclusive From Software game. This is what Hidetaka Miyazaki has been working on, reportedly. So, he finished Elden Ring, did work on Shadow of the Erdtree, and then he moved to this. This is like his project. So it could be a From Software project that's not his, kind of like Night Rain was sort of something he consulted on and did some early work on, but mainly it was done by somebody else at the team in terms of direction. But this is his project. Like, this is his thing. So people who are like, it's Elden Ring 2 or something they're going to reveal, I would be stunned, because like this is what he's working on, and I don't think he'd be double dipping on that. He's very capable, but he tends to work on one thing at a time when he's like fully focused on that one thing. What I will say though is, if this game, like Night Rain, I kind of thought was, it's just not for me. But dude, if this ends up being a game with Night or Elden Ring levels of content, but sort of the Night Rain package, then I'm much more intrigued. Then I'm like, oh, okay. Because Night Rain I felt was like pretty light on content. I just also don't tend to like repeating runs and like boss fights and doing that same thing over and over again. But if this has like the amount of content that Elden Ring had, now we're talking, you know, because that's the team that's working on this allegedly. Like that's the group. So if the guys that did Elden Ring are working on anything, it's time to pay attention. Even if initially you're like, multiplayer, Nintendo Online, really? We'll see. I do think it'll probably run like crap. I do think it probably, the networking is pretty crappy. But we'll see. We'll see. That's going to be fascinating though. Again, I'm so intrigued by it. Like, it could be that you have this game launch and then like literally out of nowhere, every Switch in existence is sold out. You go to any store, they're all like, I don't know, everybody's buying them up. I don't know what's happening. And they're all being bought up for this game specifically. It's very, very possible. Very possible. Statue is 100% a new Game Freak game.
At the Nerdy Giant 3621 donated $9.99 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
I have 10 people coming over to watch the Game Awards lol, but question. All these leaks coming out, do you think a good chunk of them are just for clicks? Also thoughts on
closing game? Oh, do you mean like what game they're going to finish the show with? Ooh. So all these leaks come out, do you think a good chunk of them are just for clicks? I guess I would need an example. I think that there's a lot of I mean, some of them are fake. Like there was one, I do think we'll see Tomb Raider at the Game Awards. I think we'll see something with that. But there were leaks that were being spread by people that were just like completely made up and fake. There's been AI generated leaks. Dude, I've had people email me clearly AI generated like Mid-Journey type pictures and stuff and be like, look, it's Assassin's Creed Black Flag remake. And it's like, bro, no, it's not. Like, clearly it's not. Like, it's AI generated. You can see the Red Dead Redemption 2 mini map. Like, what are you talking about? So like people are throwing a lot of stuff at the wall for sure. For sure. It's why, honestly, like we kind of joked about it. I was like, dude, any studio nowadays, when they have any sort of slideshow or they have game footage that they're spreading to people they're not sure if they can trust or to media or whatever, seriously, put a Sora watermark on it, put a weird like Mid-Journey or the Gemini image generation logo on it, do stuff like that. So when it spreads, if it leaks, people are going, no, it's AI. AI generated. Immediately the hand wave it away. It looks really good, but it's clearly AI. It has the watermark. Problem solved. Problem solved. I do think maybe in the age of AI, because there will be so much nonsense, that the real stuff will just be mixed in with the nonsense and you won't know what's real or what's not. People were worried that it would make, leaks more common or something. I think it's actually going to probably help games stay secret because you just won't be able to sift through the nonsense as quickly, I don't think so. You should check out Bellwright. Dude, I just was playing Bellwright. Not last night, the night before. So it's funny you mentioned that. But yeah, I was just playing Bellwright. It's crazy. It's a crazy game, dude. We're doing a video on it. It's the Marathon reboot. Dude, can you imagine if they're like, we were just trying to get your attention for Marathon. It has nothing to do with Marathon, but yeah, I mean, we paid for it. We just thought this would be more eye-catching. So, sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Okay, I don't know. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what on earth is happening with Twitch. It's crapping out on you guys. I'm sorry. Over on YouTube, things are very steady, but Twitch is like losing its mind. Freaking out. It's crazy. Let's see. Yeah, new art style. They just they just reworked it. Let's see. Where did I leave off? Oh yeah, going back to Kane's question. Do I think we'll see an Expedition 33 DLC? We could see like a very small snippet of it, and just like it's coming. Q2 of next year or something. Next summer, they could do something like that, or next fall. Just a little sizzle reel to get you excited. Cool. Thank you for the 5. Lucasfilm Games is so bad. We need Battlefront 3. There is allegedly an exciting Star Wars announcement that will be at the show. Is it Kurikassis? What's his name? Do you know what I'm talking about? Kurikassis. He's got like a rooster picture. Kurikassis. There it is. This is it. I think. He's a leaker. He's a leaker that covers a lot of stuff, but has a pretty good track record. And said a big Star Wars announcement is coming very soon. Just to be clear, this announcement has nothing to do with Star Wars Zero Company, which is that like XCOM looking game, or Eclipse, which is the game coming from the guys that did Detroit Become Human. And said the title of this game ends with The Old Republic. Who knows? Who knows? But I do think we'll see something big Star Wars related. Battlefront 3 would be cool, but
2,922 donated $20 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Have a question. Are there any rumors about any info on a new Transformers game or remastered Transformers War and Fall of Cybertron? Thinking face full.
I don't think so. I haven't heard anything about a Transformers game. I think the only way they would greenlight it is if they had a movie like explode, do $1 billion, then they were like, ooh, we can totally do this. I remember playing the old school Transformers games and thinking they were really cool, but whether or not they actually like do that, it's probably unlikely. But I've not seen anything like that. I don't know. Let's see. Use the low latency toggle. Oh my god, dude. I don't know what Twitch's problem is. This is crazy. Yeah, my goodness. Yeah, Twitch is like totally crapped out. I might just turn off the Twitch stream. It's like struggling so bad. That's crazy. Absolutely mad. Absolutely mad, lad. Mad lad. Sorry to Twitch. I don't know what their problem is, but it's just not working today. Heartbreaking. Okay. He said bye, losers. How dare you? Let's see. Where did I go? Where did I leave off? Concord on Switch 2. When? Not soon enough, I'll tell you what. Finally starting K-City 2 tonight. Any advice? Asks Rock Hawk, or Hawk Rock. Freudian slip there, I guess. Advice for K-City 2.
At Walter
Take
King
your time.
donated €10 through Super
Get
Chat.
lost in
The
it.
Game Awards show ends. Jeff says see you next year. The lights turn off. Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman. Rise and shine.
Dude, it would be kind of funny if they did. I do kind of wish that Jeff at one point, 1 year, decides to do the like, that's all from us, we'll see ya. The credits start playing and then it comes back on with a reveal. I know that everybody thinks that they might do that, but I don't know. Down Detector shows AWS is having issues. Oh, that'll do it. So we're not crazy. It's just Twitch is having legitimate issues. Makes sense. They pulled the plug. Hopefully, dude. The fact that Twitch like still operates without Twitch or without them being more involved is crazy. It's absolutely mad. My goodness. Okay. Where did I leave off? Almost through, guys. Thank you for your patience. The player's choice remaining games show why players should not have 100% vote. What is the remaining? Jeff probably said G-off, or probably the Game Awards. Oh my God, is this the game? Is this the Star Wars game? Digital collectible card game? Relatable. I hope that's not what the Star Wars game is. I hope that's not what it is. I mean, that very well could be the big Star Wars game. That would be funny and really stupid, but it's possible. It's very possible. What is the last 5 nominees for Player's Choice? Okay, final 5. Silksong, Wuthering Waves, Genshin Impact, Expedition 33, and Dispatch. Dude, Expedition will win the normal one. Give it to Dispatch. I think, like, you got to remember with these Player's Choice Awards, it's just about volume of votes. And, bro, mobile games, they're on another level. You guys see the Donkey video, the new Donkey video? 9 million players. That's what I'm saying. Like, free-to-play games mixed with mobile ports, which is what like the Where Winds Meet game has in China. That comes together into a powerhouse of players, and that's why I think you see Genshin and Wuthering Waves up there. It would be very sad to see like Genshin Impact beat out Dispatch or Expedition or Silksong, but when you're just talking about raw vote count, that happens. That happens. 9 million players. You're damn right. 9 million players. Fallout 3 Remastered reveal at the Game Awards. Here's the deal. I talked about this in the Fallout New Vegas video we just did. Here's the deal. The leaked FTC documents said back in July of 2020. I can show this. Fallout. No. Xbox leaked FTC document here. I think this is it. No, that's not the slide I'm looking for. That's not the slide I'm looking for. That's not it either. Dude, they had a lot of things kind of leak and release during that period. Come on. Load, damn you. I'm specifically looking for... No, not that. I'm looking for their release calendar as of July 2020, which was a separate document that was leaked during this time period. Roadmap, maybe. Yeah, this is what it's referencing. Maybe one of these has the picture. No. Okay, so I can't find the picture of it. But this is the info from it. Basically, back in July of 2020, there was a document made, a slideshow sort of document made internally by Xbox. It was not supposed to be shared to the public, but it was accidentally leaked during the FTC hearings. They were supposed to release a bunch of documents. They did that, but then they also had this slide in that bunch and accidentally leaked it. But it basically gave the outline for what they thought at the time, as of June 2020, was going to release. They had a bunch of different projects slated. So fiscal year 2020, Doom Eternal, Greymore, Wastelanders, Deathloop. 2021, they originally expected it to come out in 2021, Starfield. It, of course, came out 2 years later. Redfall came out 2 years later. Doom Eternal DLC, roughly was accurate in terms of timeline. Ghostwire Tokyo came out about a year later. Fallout Worlds, which was Fallout 76 stuff, that came out roughly when they expected it to. Hi-Fi Rush came out a couple of years after the fact, or about a year and a half after the fact. And so you see all the timelines were off by roughly 2 years. But what's interesting about this, okay, is that on that document, again, made in July of 2020, they slated Elder Scrolls 6 as releasing in fiscal year 2024. It did not do that. I don't know if you noticed. It did not do that. And the reason that's interesting is because the original intent was for it to come out next to the Fallout 3 remaster and next to like a DLC for Dark Ages and other Fallout 76 stuff and also Elder Scrolls Online content as well. But if the timelines are consistent, pretty much everything got shifted by a couple of years. What we know is that Todd was just on the red carpet for the Fallout TV show. He said GTA 6, I think they hit 2026. In fact, it's actually, one of you guys sent me a TikTok for it. Clips, submit a clip. Here it is. One of you guys just submitted this on, it's a Juicehead YouTube short. Lazy Type shared this and sent this. This is the snippet I'm talking about, okay?
Come next year? Yeah, do you think it will really come next year?
I do. Did Todd Howard just confirm when the Elder Scrolls 6 isn't dropping? Tons of fans are coping for a November 11th, 2026 release date, exactly 15 years after Skyrim, and it even popped up on some leaked docs. During the Fallout Season 2 tour, Power Unlimited asked him what comes first, GTA 6, the Elder Scrolls 6, or Fallout 5. Todd Howard said GTA 6, which almost certainly means no Elder Scrolls 6 until at least 2027. But for GTA 6...
Then he looped
most certainly.
But the clip specifically that where Todd's talking to him, he says, I think Elder Scrolls, or I think GTA 6 comes 2026 and Elder Scrolls after that, which would put it at least 2027. Phil, back in 2023, Phil Spencer suggested it was coming in 2028. And my reason for bringing all this up is that if the timelines are consistent and things were delayed roughly for similar amounts of time, that would mean the Fallout remaster doesn't come out until it's launching next to Elder Scrolls 6, which would put it also in like 2027 to 2028. And I think that they're going to shadow drop it as well, frankly. Like I would be shocked if they do a big marketing cycle when Oblivion's remastered shadow drop went so well. I don't know why they wouldn't shadow drop it as well. So I think if they were to show it tonight or Thursday during the Game Awards, it would be launching Thursday night. And I don't think it's ready. I'd be surprised. Now, it would be really cool. It would be cool to have a Fallout 3 remaster to play right before the show goes live on the 17th for season 2, but I don't think so. I don't think so. So, I do not think we will see the Fallout 3 remaster at the Game Awards. Personally. Now, Fallout 76 content, maybe, but I don't think we'll see the remaster. Okay. Let's see. I read that one. Wagwan Mr. Stevens as an industry insider. Half-Life 3 when? Am I an industry insider? I wouldn't consider myself an industry insider, but I know people that are talented that are actually in the industry. But no, I think that it's gonna come during like the Game Awards. I don't know, dude. Like you remember back in June, there was the whole thing where people were tracking Gabe Newell's yacht. There were entire articles. Yeah, look. Super yacht fan. Original post about the yacht being in California. Like people were tracking in the Half-Life subreddit where his yacht was.
63 donated £10 through Super Chat. I'm really hoping for something about the AAA Avatar Last Airbender RPG game to be announced at TGA, but I highly doubt it, unfortunately.
You never know, but I don't know. I haven't heard anything about it. Maybe. I think that's something that would also leak probably ahead of time, or there'd be rumblings about it. But maybe if it is there, it's going to be a big shadow drop, or a big surprise rather. But yeah, with this, I would just say, like, back in June, people were tracking the movement of one of Gabe Newell's yachts, because yes, apparently he has multiple, and they were tracking it to California to suggest that he was traveling to California for Summer Games Fest to reveal Half-Life 3. And they followed the movement of his boat for like days and weeks and everything, in the days leading up to Summer Games Fest. And it ended up being like a total nothing burger. Like, of course, he's traveling along the Californian coast, but then he left and went somewhere else, and that was that. But it feels like every 6 months there is a new reason to believe Half-Life 3 is coming. And I just personally, I'll believe it when I see it. And I'll be surprised and like, oh, cool, when it's revealed. But I feel like so often people are doing stuff like this to try and kind of will it into existence. And I don't want to spend that energy on it, you know? Because then you just end up disappointed if it doesn't happen. You know, who the F does that things? Reddit, apparently. It was the Half-Life subreddit tracking it. And I didn't realize that you could track yachts like this, like planes, but apparently you can. You can just like track these openly, which seems like a safety concern, but you can. I don't know. They're pretty big yachts. This one's big. When I was in the Bahamas back in January for a vacation where we got norovirus, and this sounds really snooty. It was like low-key kind of a miserable vacation because we're in the Bahamas. It's beautiful, but we had norovirus where your body is trying to turn itself inside out. And like, you're in basically a third world country, so you can't get medicine anywhere. Like, it was a lot. But when we were down there, we saw like one of the super yachts of one of the Microsoft co-founders.
At Jones 52,735 donated 13 Canadian dollars and 99 cents through Super Chat.
Made this look tiny.
If Skyrim is on Switch 2, do you think we ever get a Skyrim port on mobile? Mirage and Resident Evil are on iOS currently.
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised it's not already on mobile. Seems like a layup. Does it not? Seems like a layup. They should totally do that. Maybe they're working on it. Maybe that's one of the things Todd's working on that he's really excited about. Who knows? Who knows? So yeah, anyway, I would not get my hopes up for all of this. Like, wait, what? Is it tracking it now? It's in Granada. Okay, I didn't realize that you can like follow this boat live. I just pulled this up because it was like one of the links, but apparently you can like track it down 2 minutes ago. It's right there. I feel that's scary. I didn't realize that. Okay. To be clear, I don't think he's on this boat right now. He owns multiple and he just got a bigger one, like I think a new one. And so they will charter these. So like somebody can basically go and rent it. But there you go. That's crazy. Who knew? Who knew? I guess it's public information. I just didn't realize that. But yeah, the point is, like, look at this. The yacht's tracking went offline around 11:45 a.m. West Coast time, just outside of LA. Shit, that's enough for me. I'm on the hype train. See you all at the other end of Summer Games Fest. It had nothing to do with anything. I like how it's been tagged misleading. Oh my God. So yeah, every 6 months this happens for Half-Life. I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe it when I see it. At least he hasn't gone to Epstein Island. I don't even know where that, what was it? Greece? Europe? I don't actually know. Bahamas? I don't know where Epstein was. Yeah, I mean, a lot of those yachts, apparently you can just like charter them. Like I remember seeing a mini news story on how you could charter one of Mark Zuckerberg's yachts. And it was something insane, like, you know, $300,000 a night to take it out. But if you wanted to, you could. Because if he's not using it, he's like, sure, pay me to use it. Then I don't have to pay for the upkeep myself. So you can charter a lot of very rich people's yachts. You just don't have to. You don't have to own it, but it's still very expensive. Okay, we talked about that. Close that. We talked about that. Close that. Skyrim Shadow Drop. We talked about that. Okay. What's chartering mean? It's basically like renting. Like, you know that service Turo where like you can rent somebody's car for a day or something, kind of like Airbnb for cars. It's kind of like that, where like a stupid rich person has $100 million yacht and they're not using it because they are just chilling at home or something. And so they offer it for charter where like somebody else could come in and rent it to take it out for a month to the Bahamas. And so the crew and the staff and everybody that already works full-time on that yacht, because it's a $100 million yacht, you need a full-time staff. They will then take those people out, take them to the Bahamas. You'll get a fat stack of cash for it, and then they'll bring them back, and you get paid. You know, and that helps you offset the cost of maintaining and running the boat. It's apparently a very common thing in the like giga elite yacht community, whatever you call it. Yeah. Okay. Story predictions. I don't know, man. I'm trying not to think about it because I'm guessing that there's going to be some weird lore twists that are going to give me heartburn. They said they're not picking a canon ending for Fallout New Vegas, which initially I'm like, okay, but like you've also shown Mr. House. And like they've shown some other clips that would suggest that there is a canon ending. So I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know. It's going to be weird. I'm calling Cap. I mean, they showed the Legion too. They might just do like a thing where it's like, yeah, we're not picking a canon ending because our canon ending is that, like I saw some people suggesting maybe the canon ending is that the courier died in that hole after Benny shot him. And so the events of Fallout New Vegas never took place, which to me seems like a canon ending in and of itself. You know, like that to me still seems like a choice. No choice in that case is still a choice if you just choose to not do anything. You know, but they're kind of between a rock and a hard place. I wouldn't have a problem if they picked a canon ending, frankly. Like if they just picked one where it's like, they could pick the NCR ending, they could pick the Legion ending, they could do the Mr. House ending. Like they could pick any one of those and I'd be like, okay, cool. Like who cares? Pick one, we'll work with it. My feelings won't be hurt if it's not the ending I tend to like, but I don't know, maybe some people care more. I don't know. Do people care that much? My problem comes when you start to like rewrite lore or rewrite things that happen in the game. It just feels cheap to bend it into the show, but it's not that big of a deal. Do you recommend watching season 2 of Fallout? I mean, I don't know yet. It hasn't come out yet. So ask me in a week, a little over a week. then I'll talk about it. But is God of War 6 coming eventually, but I don't think anytime soon. I think it's the next gen game for sure. Let's look at this real quick. News segment. Guys, it's about to happen. I have said for months Ubisoft should shadow drop Black Flag Remake. It looks like they probably are not going to do that because Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced has been listed on PEGI's website. PEGI 18. It's been listed on their website. Searching up Assassin's Creed on the European Ratings Board's website brings up a new listing called Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced. No written description has been provided on the listing yet, meaning it's not clear what formats the game is being released on.
MR Beard 798 donated 36 Qatari Riyals and 99 dirhams through Super Chat. Do you think Netflix will do anything useful with the Nemesis system?
No. Now, if they're smart and they do win the bidding war, they would license it. Even then, I'm not sure if a studio would take them up on it and buy it and pay for the licensing rights. But I don't think that they're going to do anything. Like, if Netflix buys out Warner Brother Games, they will probably shut down a lot of it, lay off a lot of it, and everybody else will probably be forced into releasing games on their mobile platforms for Netflix gaming. It will not go well. It will not be what you want it to be. So I again, like, maybe I'm just a negative Nancy, but in every situation and timeline that I can picture and imagine, Netflix owning Warner Brothers games is a universally terrible thing. Okay? Insert joke about it can't get any worse here, but like, it would not be good. Okay? It just would not be good. They need approval. Well, yeah, they need regulatory approval, and now Paramount is also bidding for them. So there's now two people fighting over the scraps on the ground, and we'll see who wins. Personally, I suspect that Paramount owning them would probably be better, because I think Netflix will just gut them and use them to prop up streaming even more in an even more soulless and lifeless way, but it's kind of above my paycheck. Okay, continuing on. No written description has been provided on the listing yet, meaning it's not clear what formats the game is being released on. Typically in these like ratings things, you will see information listing like, you know, AC Shadows. You can see here, release date and platforms. It'll list the platforms that it's releasing on or has released on. It will describe in more detail specifically what it is being like rated for, what the descriptions are. You can see here for AC Shadows, it lists violence and in-game purchases. And then for Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, or in this case, they just call it Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced, violence, bad language, and in-game purchases. Shout out bad language. Which none of that's particularly surprising. I think dropping the 4 Assassin's Creed Black Flag, that's what everybody kind of calls it. You kind of forget that the original title was 4 Black Flag. And that's because it was coming, of course, after 3. Shocking, I know. But it was before Ubisoft had like fully abandoned the numbering system and shifted towards just subtitles. With AC Unity, Rogue, like they started to go away from the numbered system with like AC2, AC3. Of course, they had the other ones like Brotherhood, for example, but they still stuck to like the big launches were numbered, and then they eventually walked away from that. So they're just going to seemingly go with Assassin's Creed Black Flag. They're going to drop the 4. It appears. But as you can see, they do not include any information on what platforms it'll be on. It could be that they're going to try to double up and get it out on the Switch 2. That would kind of make sense to me, especially because they got Shadows running on the Switch 2. And apparently it's a pretty decent port. They got Star Wars Outlaws running on the Switch 2, and it is a pretty impressive port. So if they've had time and, you know, resources to polish it up, that could be interesting. It is a 2013 game after all. So it should be scalable, even upgraded, but we'll see. And I know it, like, oh no, in-game purchases. I'm pretty sure.
At Luke Smith 9723 donated $9.99 through Super Chat. You might have already talked about this, and sorry to be off topic, but did you see Skyrim Switch 2 version is still 30 frames? They can't even get the easy wins down, bruh.
Well, if they were to get rid of the in-game or of 30 FPS, that would take effort, you know? So to get it running at 60, they'd have to like try. They don't tend to like to do that, you know? It's a lot of work. So it's a lot of work, frankly. So just a ton, you know? It's a ton. So anybody bringing up the in-game store items, Black Flag, I was trying to pull up the actual pictures of the in-game store, but it's actually kind of hard to find. AC Black Flag in-game store. Can I find it? Can I find it? Gold edition. I mean, it had a bunch of other stuff like different costumes, the season pass, 3-hour single player story featuring Adewale, an ex-slave turned assassin, Kraken ship pack, multiplayer characters, and more. Like, they did have in-game purchases in the form of new cosmetics, of course, the DLC, and some of the other stuff. So it's literally not new. I mean, it's not new. Doesn't mean I have to like it, but I mean, it's not like they've added it to a game that didn't have it before. Like with the Fallout 4 bringing creations to it, you know, for example, it's like they've been there before. Where's the freaking tab? Here it is. Okay. With the Game Awards coming on Thursday, signs point to a potential official announcement during the event. If it happens, it will finally confirm a game that has been the subject of numerous reports and rumors for some time now. Ubisoft has still to actually confirm that a Black Flag remake exists, despite the fact that reports about its existence have been doing the rounds for 2 years now. And this is an article from July 1st of 2023. Saying they had just started development on a remake of the popular Black Flag game. That's crazy. This was still when the only discussions, the next flagship series entries after Mirage are codenamed Red, which was Shadows, and Hexe, which is still called Hexe, and will be releasing as part of the AC Infinity franchise hub, which ended up being like a total nothing burger, and I think they stripped it down pretty hardcore. But yeah, earlier this year, Matt Ryan, who plays the game's protagonist, Edward Kenway, was filmed at a convention in June, hinting that a fan that a remake was on the way. This whole story was interesting. And honestly, I felt really bad for him because I thought he was aware he was being filmed. Apparently he wasn't.
Great, priming them and everything. Right, quote in white. Please? You help make a soldier out of a scoundrel. Have you beaten the game?
I have a while ago. It's been a minute, but...
Well, you might have to beat it again.
This is true.
That little smirk.
This is true.
Have you beaten the game?
I have a while ago. It's been a minute, but...
Well, you might have to beat it again.
This is true. I gotta run through all of them again.
But especially this one. There's a reason I say that, but I can't say anything.
So he's trying to have like a cute, fun moment with the fan who's asking him to sign some Edward Kenway Assassin's Creed stuff. He's doing that. He's being kind of cheeky. He's like, yeah, you might have to play this one again. There's a reason why I say that, but I can't say anything. Clearly hinting at the remake that was already leaked, that everybody already knew about for 2 years. Again, this is June of 2025. That first article is July of 2023.
6,602 donated $9.99 through Super Chat. I don't know if you saw the leaked PlayStation Store image of Resident Evil Requiem, but guess who in it?
Miss Piggy? Maybe, no, Leah. I think it's been rumored for a while and like people have been suggesting maybe it's happening, but yeah, I did see that. Miss Piggy would also be very funny if that's they offered us a lot of money, for this crossover. We said sure. So Miss Piggy, oh my god, Kermie, it's a zombie Kermie. That'd be funny. But this, I do feel bad for him. He's trying to have a cute moment with the fan. Apparently he didn't realize he was being filmed. Later he revealed that he didn't know he was being filmed, and so when he said this, he was trying to be coy and like funny, but Ubisoft sent lawyers to like threaten him with lawsuits. He said something like, the company threatened to sue me, so I can't talk about it. And in the next clip from like a couple of weeks later, he looked like a broken man. Like the lawyers had just totally freaked him out. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? He was trying to have a fun moment. Lawyers suck the fun out of everything, I guess. But it's the worst kept secret in gaming. At this point, everybody knows about it. And frankly, this whole thing, which is why it's so funny that the lawyers freaked out about it. This makes me significantly more excited for the Black Flag remake, because just ask yourself, why would he know about it? Why would he know about it? If it's just like a simple remaster where they're just using all the same voice acting recordings and all the same stuff, and they're just kind of adding some bells and whistles, why would he know about it? I think it's because he recorded new lines. Exactly. I think it's because he was involved in this production of the remake, either new motion capture, new voice acting, whatever, or both. And that I find much more intriguing. That excites me. And so it's unfortunate that the lawyers went after him, because like this actually, I think, did more positive press for Ubisoft than they got the entire year of 2025. Okay, like this went viral. People are super happy and like excited about the clip, and it ended up coming back to bite him, which is why it's always so funny that I'm like, dude, get out of your own way, Ubisoft. Like, people are excited about this. Why are you threatening to sue him? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing, bro? What are we doing? But anyway, so that's happening. Where did it go? Where did it go? I closed the tab accidentally. Oopsie poopsie. Yeah, previously the statue maker Pure Arts also hinted at the game's existence. This was also something where they did a live stream. Pure Arts makes a lot of ridiculous statues, if you don't know. Pure Arts, I remember when this happened, seriously, some of their stuff is so cool. Be warned, if you look at this stuff and you have not a stupid amount of money, this is dangerous. Or if you have a spending problem, this is dangerous. These are some of the statues, okay? Look at this. Oh my God, dude. The Arno one, this is quarter scale. Like, look at the quality of work on this thing. It's unbelievable. Seriously, the amount of detail. A quarter scale statue that looks like this. It's ridiculous. I'll be honest, I've been tempted. I've been tempted, my boys. Man, and there's so many. They do these for all sorts of different franchises. But they were doing a live stream where they had a couple of their employees talking about it. And yeah, dude, look at that. And so they were talking about different projects, and Black Flag came up, and one of the employees kind of hinted. It's like, oh yeah, we're working on stuff. Can I say that? Can I mention that? Can I say that? And they're like, I don't think you can say that. I don't think that's public yet. And so then they quickly pivoted off. What they said exactly was, quote, the Assassin's Creed fans out there, you should be aware that something is going on with Edward, staff member said during the stream, stating that when Pure Arts releases a new version of Edward Kenway, it will, quote, reflect that accordingly. That to me makes me think that, like, in the remake there will be like a reworking of his outfit or something. I don't know. Yeah, last year Yves Guillemot, the CEO, said players can expect some remakes which will allow us to revisit some of the games we've created in the past and modernize them. So he's even confirming it. French publication Jeux Vidéo Magazine, citing Ubisoft sources, claimed in September that parts of the present-day sections from the original Black Flag are being removed for the remake and being replaced with more pirate-era content, resulting in a game that will still be longer than the original, which is why they're calling it resynced, actually. Trash Panda's asking, they're calling it Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced. Apparently the reason they're calling it that is because you remember all of the random little tidbits where, like, you know, Black Flag starts. I'll do this. Black Flag starts and there's just a lot of like random bits where you're walking through like the corporate offices of Abstergo.
We're diving into the memories of one very generous donor.
There's two types of people in this world. Okay? The people who agree that these sequences sucked out all of the energy and pacing within Black Flag, and liars. Maybe for the era, this wasn't really like disruptive, but bro, going back and playing through it, it's like, I want to be a pirate. I want to be a pirate. Ballistic Paper says, I love these parts. Found one. No, you're allowed to like it. But reportedly, the reason that they are calling it resynced is because they're doing this like the Animus. We have better Animus technology now, so we don't need to be disruptive in our synchronization. You can actually go through all of Edward's story in one Animus engagement or whatever, and they'll say something like that, basically to allow you to not, like, it's not a remake of Black Flag, it is a remake of the Animus sequence of Black Flag that you will be engaging with separately. So Black Flag is still its own thing, but Black Flag Resynced is a separate engagement with the same Animus data, and it's a resynchronization of it to allow you to view it in higher fidelity and all of that. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Does that mean the areas are still separated by loading screens? Allegedly not, but time will tell. Time will tell. I don't get it. How do I do this? How do I do this? Black Flag is here. Black. Oh well, I'll say AC4 Black Flag. This is still its own thing. Canonically, Black Flag Resync is a separate package. This is still canonically its own thing. They're not redoing it. This is something completely separate in the Assassin's Creed lore or timeline. This is just a separate, think of like, you know how you had Layla, Desmond, everybody. Think of this as like a separate character engaging with the resynced data from AC4 Black Flag. So it's the data from that game resynchronized. So the original game is still canon. You did actually, like, they're not saying that now we're going to retcon and you never walk through like the lobby of Abstergo. That did happen. They're just saying that you now are engaging with it 10 years later, 12 years later, whatever, through a different computer, different Animus. So not entirely a remake. It is narratively and in terms of lore, my understanding and suspicion is that they are going to allow this all to remain canon. They don't have to change any of this, but they can also find a way to justify not having these really disruptive gameplay bits. Does that make sense? I think it'll work better, frankly. And I think it's a clever way of getting rid of these parts that people largely didn't like, while allowing you to fix a lot of the things that held back the original game. Yeah, I think it's clever, frankly. I think it's clever. So that happened. Estimates suggest around 4 hours of extra content will be added, including a section involving the Mary Read character, which was removed in the original game. That remains to be seen, but that's what one of the rumors was from one of the leakers, was that they're actually adding in content that didn't make it to the original game. And the publication also said its sources had confirmed that the remake will feature more RPG-like mechanics similar to recent Assassin's Creed titles, especially in terms of inventory and loot systems, as well as combat and weapon and equipment stats. So it will not work exactly the same as the original. It will also allegedly use a hitbox-based combat system as opposed to the paired animation system, which sort of like was like rock, paper, scissors, whereas the new one will rely on actual hitboxes and spacing and, you know, the standard kind of R1, R2 attack that you've seen with a lot of games. So that is allegedly in the works, and now it has been listed on Peggy's website. At this point, I would be shocked if it's not at the Game Awards. Like, this to me seems like a pretty hard and true confirmation that it's going to be there. It would be shocking if it's just a coincidence that all of this is happening right before the Game Awards. So I still think that they should shadow drop it. If they announce it at the Game Awards and shadow drop it Thursday night, I will applaud them, because I think that would be the best bet. Because I think the longer the marketing cycle, the more time there is for people to have problems with it, to poke holes in it. Like, if they just drop it like the Oblivion remake, I think it'll bypass a lot of that headache, but they have their reasons for doing it. You know, I get it, but there you go. So keep an eye out. Looks like Black Flag remake is probably coming at the Game Awards. There you go. You guys are saying something happened with the statue. Or are you lying? Or are you just lying? Cammy says, looks like the statue may have been solved. New trademarks for Divinity Original Sin were filed in Europe today. The logo matches the symbol found on the statue. If true, I'm extremely hyped for a new Larian game, and it 100% warrants this. MP First, which honestly, MP First has like a really good track record for leaks and stuff recently. TGA statue mystery solved. New Divinity trademark uncovered as new icon matches statue. Dude, does it? Okay. Okay, what do we got? Oh, bro. Yeah, it's over. It's over. It's over, fam. Come on. Do you see what I'm seeing? Look. That's the exact same freaking thing, dude. That's the exact same thing. That's the exact same thing. Zero doubt in my mind. They even overlaid it, dude. That's night and day. That's night and day, dude. Wow. But it's still definitely Elder Scrolls 6, right? I mean, come on, man. How on earth? Oh, man. How on earth do you say it's anything else? That's crazy. Fun over. Yeah. Okay, well, they say, let's see. We can note it. Well, I'll read it. I can't read. Although the owner of these filings is not listed, the representative ID ties them as the same. The design is unmistakably linked to the franchise created by Larian Studios. This new logo features the aesthetic of previous logo designs, but also refurbished, modernized font, strongly hinting that it represents a brand new project in the saga rather than a simple re-release. So the same ID number, representative ID number, is what connects them. There you go. Hold on real quick, guys. My wife is calling me and just called me twice, so I'm going to pick it up just to make sure everything's okay. I will be right back. Give me just a second. Just make sure everything's good. Okay, I'm back. Everything's good. She was just like, I called you and it went to message management system. She's like, I was worried that like something was wrong with your phone or exploded or something. I was like, no, I'm good. Okay. So apparently the representative ID number 26588, which was also used to file a trademark for Divinity, that same number was used to file this. So the people that filed the trademark information for Divinity also filed the trademark information for this. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. This is, I mean, it's pretty freaking clever that they've figured this out. Yeah, I think the mystery has been solved. Otherwise, that's a massive coincidence. I mean, if this is a coincidence, that's the biggest coincidence in like the history of gaming news. I mean, like, come on, man. Come on. We aren't sure what the third trademark is for. We at first thought it might be referencing either an webbed or spider legs ability status in the Divinity games, but it would be an odd thing to trademark. Another piece of information, and this is pure speculation on our part, but with now knowing that the logo, knowing of the logo and it being tied to the statue, we speculate this may be referencing the Black Ring faction of the Divinity games, specifically the God King. If you look at the character's design, its lower half does seem to match the statue and trademark symbol. Again, pure speculation and probably reaching on our part. This is some of the artwork, and you can kind of see how they think it lines up. Honestly, I totally would believe that, because you have the one kind of spine down the center, and then you have the kind of spherical body and head, and then the other arms that stretch down from there. We should also look at recent comments from insiders like Jason Schreier and Shinobi. The latter recently remarked that while the reveal can't please everyone, fans of the specific studio and genre will like it. This suggests the announcement is tied more to a more specialized category of a game, a description that aligns perfectly with the complex RPG roots of the Divinity saga. While also, I mean, there were people that, even though, like, we had Corey in chat, Corey literally said it's not God of War. Could have meant Gears of War 2. He said GOW, which would have been freaking hilarious. But he said it was not God of War. And still, people are on Twitter saying, yeah, but I think he was lying to get our hopes, like, to like calm us down so that the surprise is even more surprising. I'm like, bro, when you're literally just, you're told no, and you're like, so you mean yes? Like, there is just nothing you can do, because people are like just literally twisting everything, even clear, debunks or it's conspiracy maxing. They, like, you will tell them, no, that is not true. And they're like, which is exactly what you would say if it was true. Like, there's nothing you can say to convince them otherwise. And so those people were still going to see this and be like, man, I can't believe, I'm devastated. I really thought it was God of War. I'm like, why? He said it wasn't. But people still like refuse to listen to reason. You know, it's why I've said a lot of times, hype makes you stupid. Okay, it puts blinders on. When people get hyped up at some idea or concept, it removes rationality, and even sometimes makes them act completely irrationally. Where it's like, so Todd, we're still seeing this. Somebody went on one of our live stream segments where we talked about how Todd had said like all of these things, and it says it's not like Elder Scrolls 6 is still a ways away. He's like, be very patient. Like, yeah, I think he's just saying that because he's going to surprise us with a shadow drop at the Game Awards. I mean, you've seen the statue, right? There's nothing you can do. I mean, it's like literally gotten so hyped up that like nothing matters anymore. It's just whatever you want to be true is what you're going to run with. I will say the Divinity IP potentially being present at the event is not unheard of, as eagle-eyed fans recently spotted a PS5 Pro enhanced tag for Divinity Original Sin 2 on the PlayStation Store, and age ratings for current gen native versions of the game surfaced as far back as last year. Nevertheless, a simple update would clearly not match the hype of such a heavily teased reveal. This brings us back to one of the leading theories regarding the mystery statue, Divinity Original Sin 3. As we know, Larian has been working on some projects for a while, like project codenamed Excalibur, so this might just be the indicator that they are ready to make a grand reveal for Divinity. We guessed that a shadow drop of original Divinity Sin 2 on current gen upgrade would pair perfectly with the reveal of a full sequel, and these fresh trademark filings serve as a solid confirmation that a major Divinity comeback is imminent. However, we will have to wait and see at the event for official confirmation. Props to MP First. This is crazy. I mean, it doesn't get more clear cut than that. I mean, dude, that's crazy. Now, I will say, if you are one of the people out there who has never played Divinity, for one, you should, and it sounds like you will get the chance to play it again very, very soon. Okay. It sounds like you will. But Divinity Original Sin 2, it's not based in D&D 5e, so it's a different system than you would be used to with Baldur's Gate 3, but it's still very, very good, and it's very familiar, and it's also very, very well done. It's not quite on the scale or scope of Baldur's Gate 3, but if anything, that makes it a little bit more approachable. Also, Divinity Original Sin 2, they also have Game Master mode, and Game Master mode is crazy. It's posted 8 years ago.
JTCU
you can use it to create your own adventures,
through Super Chat.
like as a DM.
Lukey Luke
for your friends.
Across Baldur's Gate 3, Witcher 3, SND Cyberpunk, and DOS 2. I have 4,600 hours.
Holy God.
I promise you I will become closed off.
I promise you I will become closed off from the world if Divinity 3 comes out. Okay. Okay, hold on. Hold up. You're saying here before God and everyone that you have 4,600 hours across Baldur's Gate 3, Witcher 3, Cyberpunk, and Divinity Original Sin 2. So between 4 games, you have 4,600 hours, which would mean that you have an average of 1,100 in each. Bro, that's a lot. That's a lot. I mean, some of these games are older. Like Witcher 3 is a decade old, so fair. But wow, that's a lot, dude. Mad props. That's dedication. That's crazy. But yeah, I can understand why you like. I'm sure seeing this is like exciting, but then you're also like, I was just starting to make friends. I thought I was maybe going to find a partner, maybe start a family. Now all is lost. But yeah, that's very exciting. I will say, Divinity Original Sin 2, very, very good. And seeing a new, generation update for it would be really cool. But they have a lot of really cool things like this, which I've mentioned before, where they have literally like this they call it Game Master mode, but they have modes for you to run sort of campaigns for your friends. You can even get campaigns that have been built by other players that you can then play with your friends. So it's like literally a game by itself, and then it also has systems to basically turn it into a tabletop simulator for you and your friends to be able to go through adventures together. It's really freaking cool. And hearing that they're going to do a sequel to it is pretty exciting. That's pretty cool. So I'm giddy for that one, man. I'm giddy for that one. I still remember one of the first times we played this game was back when it first launched, and I played it with my now wife at the time. I think she was just girlfriend. But because this is like 2018, I think. 2017, 18, I don't know. But we played it, and at one point we stole a broom, and it kickstarted an entire like combat engagement where the entire village basically freaked out on us. And it was like one of the most crazy things to happen in a game to us at that point, where like we literally picked up a broom that was in a crate in the back corner of a map, and it ignited all of this. It was absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Okay. Jacob, do you think you should clip that Game Awards statue reveal and put it? Do you want to just put it up right now? If you can capture it with OBS, go back through and do it. It's probably worth doing because it's going to spread far and wide pretty quick. I mean, that to me is like locked and loaded confirmation. I don't see a world in which that is a coincidence. So anyway, looks like it's Divinity Original Sin 3 and that they're probably going to be doing a drop for a shadow drop for current gen versions of the previous games. And this, honestly, this does match the vibe of the artwork, and it does also match the scope and scale and the budget of what Larian has now. So I believe it. Regal, inspiring thickness. Wonder what the connection is there. I don't know. Oh, this is kind of low-key funny. Netflix considers Warner Brothers games to be pretty much worthless. Basically, there's been further questions asked of Netflix about how they value. So you can see Netflix co-CEO Gregory Peters told investors that when it came to Warner Brothers games, Warner Brothers gaming division, it didn't even factor into the $83 billion deal. It was apparently considered to add nothing to the company's overall value because, quote, they're relatively minor compared to the grand scheme of things. Boom, roasted. But this is why I say I think Netflix owning them for the games and the IPs and stuff would probably be pretty disastrous because like Netflix does not give a crap. All they would want to do is find a way to rework it into Netflix gaming if they even did that. But most likely they would just abandon it and let it kind of die, shut down the studios because they don't really care. The reason they care about Warner Brothers is for the movies and getting rid of a competitor and putting those movies and stuff up on the streaming service. They don't really care that much about the gaming stuff. So it's kind of funny, but that tells you exactly what they think of them. Pretty much worthless. Didn't even factor into the $83 billion deal. Like, we kind of forgot that they were even part of the deal, I guess. You know, it's like if you buy a car and they leave like the paper floor mats in there. Calling mats is generous, but the paper floor mat thing, cover, and it's like, hey, we threw those in with the deal, and you're like, I didn't even notice because it's so worthless to me. I step on it, I don't care. That's basically what this is. Rip Mortal Kombat. Rip console versions. They're probably gonna bring it to mobile. They'll do that. You all have phones, don't you? Stop being selfish. Buy it on your phone and shut up. Buy it on your phone and chill out. Bingo card maker. Okay, let's do this. Bingo. 1 to 90 bingo. 1 to 75. Okay, this looks good. Game Awards bingo. Okay, this is what I want to do. Bingo cards per page. I don't know, just one? I think just one. Include a free space. I'm going to say the free space is going to be Divinity Original Sin 3 reveal. I'm going to say that. Because now I think that's pretty well locked in. How many cards do you need? No, I don't want to order a card. I want a free one. I want to just make a bingo card for Game Awards bingo. Unbelievable. Okay, here we go. This works. Okay. Divinity Original Sin 3 reveal. Okay. Game Awards bingo. New segment. Okay, so at this point, I think we're about here where we should make Game Awards bingo. And my rule for this is that if we get a bingo while watching the show Thursday night, we'll co-stream it and do everything. If we get a bingo, we'll do a PS5 giveaway for the community. Fair? My way of giving back. We'll do that. How's that sound? So high stakes. My goal is to fill this in with our guesses. Some unlikely, some Hail Marys. We'll just kind of put them in randomly. And then on the night, we'll play it and we'll see if we get a bingo, you know? Will I ship international? How we've done it previously is that if you're international and there's a local retailer where I can order the PS5 from and ship it to you, we do that. But if there is no local retailer, we just send you a PayPal payment for the amount that a PS5 is worth, and you can get it however you need to, if that makes sense. Because obviously there's some places where I, as an American, can't order from. But if you have a local vendor or whatever, then we just send you the money to get it yourself. So we have ways of doing it. We're resourceful. So with this, we have a rundown of things that we expect. There's some Hail Mary things, you know, like kind of the obvious ones. We should put Half-Life 3 in there. That's kind of an obvious one. I think the Hail Marys we probably put in the corners. That's, to me, just sounds right. So like Half-Life 3, Elder Scrolls 6 trailer. I can probably write it out. Half-Life 3. So we can put the Hail Marys in there. I think that's fair to say. Duskblood's trailer, Column 2. So we have stuff like that. Injustice 3. Oh, that'd be cool. Oh, Bloodborne 2. That's also definitely a Hail Mary. Is there a... No, there's no U. Bloodborne. Fable. I think Fable also. Fable, I guess just trailer. Black Ops 7 or Black Ops 8. You know, there's stuff like that. But there's a bunch of things that are like pretty well locked in here at this point. The reason I have in the center you might be like, if you didn't see the previous stream clip, you might be like, what do you mean DOS 3? It like pretty much is confirmed now that Divinity Original Sin 3 is what that statue is for the Game Awards. So that to me is like the one that's locked in. We're going to see that. It's not confirmed at this point, which is why it's still on here, but it's extremely, extremely likely. Witcher 4, I think they said that there's no Witcher. The Witcher will not be at the show, but they did not say that Cyberpunk 2 would not be at the show. Cyberpunk 2, boom. Okay, those are, I think, is that fair? Hail Marys. New Vegas remaster. Ooh, good one. New Vegas remaster / remake. Okay, that's a good one. Maybe we also put on the other side, maybe we put like Fallout 3 remaster. We put that up there. I think that's totally fair. That's a good one. Black Flag remake. That one's pretty likely. I think we put that like here. Black Flag remake, or they call it resynced is what they call it. Kingdom Hearts 4. No, Call of Duty. New God of War. I don't think we're gonna see that, but so we'll put it on there anyways. Why not? Starfield 2, Corey game. Oh, should we just call it Corey game? Corey's watching the 7. God damn it, guys. Judas. Oh, dude, I think we see Judas. I think Judas is really likely. Judas. Persona 6. Bro, don't get my hopes up. Okay, honest question. Do you think we see Star Wars Eclipse? Do you think we see that? That one I'm really not sure about. It should be ready. But who knows? State of Decay 3. Does that even still exist anymore? Phantom Blade 0. I do think we see Phantom Blade 0. Not Phantom Black. Phantom Blade 0. Okay, that's a good one. BioShock, they just restarted development, so I don't think we see that. Saros, I think Saros is really likely. Intergalactic, that is not. Intergalactic Heretic Prophet. That's decently likely, I think. RE9, of course, yeah, that's really, I mean, that's pretty much confirmed, right? Evil 9. That's pretty much confirmed at this point, I think. Dante's Inferno. Oh, Whisper sweet nothings to me. 007? 007. 007. Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. Fable. Did I not put I put Fable. I can just get rid of trailer because Fable. Okay, Fable we do have on here. We do have that. Kojima. Which Kojima project specifically? Crimson Desert? Oh, we have to see Crimson Desert. We have to see that. OD. You want to put OD? Okay. Okay. I'll do it. I'll do it. What is Blood of Dawnwalker? What's something like out there? Persona 6 is out there. I think that's a Hail Mary. We need some more Hail Marys. A lot of these I think are really likely. Like I think we see Judas, 007 definitely, Crimson Desert definitely, Saros definitely. Like I think a lot of these are really, really, really likely. GTA 7 is definitely a Hail Mary. I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. GTA 6, that's a big name and also a Hail Mary. I'd be shocked if they had a GTA 6 trailer, but sure, I'll put GTA 6. That's a Hail Mary for sure. For sure, dude. Dark Souls 4, Armored Core 7, Control 2. Half-Life 3, I did put Half-Life 3. Yes, we did put that. We did put that up there. Far Cry 7. Ooh, dude, that's also a Hail Mary, bro. It's also because we only have 3 spots left. Maybe I should have been more tactical with this. I'll do this. Starfield PS5 launch. Because that's also, I think, pretty likely. I think that's pretty likely. So that's kind of a freebie. KOTOR, okay. Okay. Last one. Dispatch Season 2. Oh, that's a good one. Or Expedition 33. Okay, maybe what's one that's like really likely that we could swap out? I think Resident Evil's been confirmed. I think it's confirmed to be there. So let's swap out Resident Evil for Expedition 33 DLC. And then for our final one, ooh, Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider's a good one. Is Saros confirmed? This chat's making me feel like a popular streamer. It's weird. Saros is confirmed. If it's confirmed, then we should probably swap it, right? In that case, Horizon multiplayer, just with a picture of Jor praying. Nazalath, the Fallen World. I don't know what that is.
At Evig Verande official donated $10 through Super Chat. Nazraleth, the Fallen World.
Nazraleth. Who knew? I don't know what that is. Spider-Man 3, Concord 2, Final Fantasy 7. You think Final Fantasy, the final part, is going to be revealed? Are there any other in here? Can you guys look? Are there any of these that have been confirmed in the last 2 hours that are going to be there? Judas, I don't think has been confirmed. 007, I don't think has been confirmed, but I think it's really, really likely. Same with Crimson Desert. Blade. Ooh, that's a good one. Was Phantom Blade 0 confirmed? Tomb Raider is confirmed. Okay, if Tomb Raider's confirmed, then we can drop that. We can drop that if it's been confirmed. Phantom Blade, you're also saying was confirmed. Okay, we can drop that if that's confirmed. Okay, so you want to say Witcher 4. They said Witcher 4 is not coming. They said Witcher 4 is not going to be there in the earnings call. So that's not there. Blade, Marvel, I'll just say Blade. I'll just say Blade. I feel like that's a deep one. Deep cut. Jedi 3. Oh, that could be cool. That could be cool. Dawnwalker, I think they said is going to be there with a trailer. Same with Expanse. I thought they said they're going to be there. Maybe it's just hope on my part. Oh, Light No Fire. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Light no fire from Hello Games. Okay, how do we feel about this list? How do we feel? How are we feeling? I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good. We can do like a little gray background, a little bit of gray. Just a little bit of gray. I'm going to thicken up them lines. Thicken up them lines right there. How are we feeling? Good? We're feeling good? I'm into it? Okay, like I said, we will fill this out live while we're doing it. I will take a screenshot of it right now, and I will post it to our Discord, and so you guys can fill it out as we go along. I'll just put it in like lobby. The Game Awards bingo card. And in order to cross it off, it has to be shown and seen at the show. Okay? I won't be like a pedantic prick if it's like, oh, in the pre-show they show 007. Okay? But the key is it's got to be like a reveal. Okay? So it's not just like, oh, in the like 007 won an award or like something for most anticipated. I don't want that. Concord 2. It has to have like a trailer, right? It has to have something other than getting an award. I think that goes without saying, but that's what we're looking for. Okay. Okay. Fair. And then if we get a bingo, we'll do a PS5 giveaway. Okay. It'll be sweet. It'll be sweet. Freaking sweet, dude. No world we see Kingdom Hearts 4. It will get an announcement on a random Tuesday. Probably. I guess I should also say, because that is possible at any point, for these, if they're revealed before the show, I'll still count it. Okay? I'll still count it. But this will be fun. This will be fun. This is our final list. Some of them really likely. Like, I think, honestly, among these, if I had to like bet, if I had to bet, I would think that probably if I'm going likelihood, right? I think 007 we definitely see. Judas, I think we see that. Black Flag Resync, I think we see that. And I honestly think we probably see like KOTOR or something. I think this is our most likely bingo. I think we don't see Fallout 3. I don't think we see this. I don't think we see GTA 6. I don't think we see Corey's game. I don't think we see Blade. I think we probably see Expedition DLC. I think we probably see Starfield PS5. Don't think we see Elder Scrolls. I kind of doubt Light No Fire. I kind of doubt OD. I kind of doubt these two. I don't think we see New Vegas. I think we see Crimson Desert. Persona 6, I doubt. Half-Life, I doubt. New God of War, I doubt. Kingdom Hearts, I doubt. Bloodborne 2, I doubt. So, like, this is my guess for what's going to be crossed off. Locking it in. We'll see if I'm right. But any of these, I'd be, like, really pleasantly surprised. But we'll see. Intergalactic new full trailer. That's what's on the list. If it's there, we'll do this. We'll cross it off and it'll be a good day. If it's Persona 6, I don't even care about losing the money on the PS5. I'll be giddy, dude. Worth it. But I think that this is most likely everything that's revealed and that we cross off. Okay. It's my final answer. As for the Horizon multiplayer, I will count. Well, should I count the one that's already been revealed if it gets a trailer for the Game Awards? Or should I only count the Guerrilla Games one? I was thinking in my head when I wrote it, the Guerrilla Games one. But if that's not fair, I'll count either one. Because there's technically one that's already revealed. But I don't know. What's the Discord? The Discord is... Excuse me. The Discord is for YouTube members and Twitch subs in order to get in. It's a pretty tight-knit community over here, but you don't have to be a Twitch sub or a YouTube member to play bingo with us. If we get the bingo, you will also be eligible for the giveaway. I'm guessing what we'll do is if the bingo, if we get a bingo, I'll just quickly drop in chat when we're watching the Game Awards. I'll drop a link in chat where you can quickly put your name in the raffle, and then we'll do the raffle like right then and there. So yeah. It produces an error. If it does, just send me an email, luke@28thave.com, and I will get you in there. You just have to provide a screenshot proving you're a member, but I'll get you in the Discord. I can brute force it. So there we go. That's what I'm thinking. And if we get the bingo, we'll give out a PS5, because why the hell not? Okay? Locking it in. But honest question though, for everybody. What do you think is like, what's your final Hail Mary crazy prediction? Not like LOL, Despacito 2, not like GTA 7, but like honestly, what do you think is something they could actually drop that would just blow you away? Hogwarts Legacy 2? It's not outside the realm of possibility. I mean, they got a lot of money pouring behind that. They could have a trailer or something for that. Because when did they reveal Hogwarts Legacy originally? It was a good while before, right? It was 2020? Yeah, September 2020 is when they revealed it. So they revealed it 3 years before launch. 2.5, 3 years before launch. That would time out, dude. If they did it similarly, they could totally show a trailer for it. Imagine that. That's not crazy. I've heard crazier predictions than that. Tell you what. AC Hexe? It's possible. I think it's more likely they reveal it in May, but it's possible. The Witcher remake? Okay, I could see that. Naughty Dog unannounced project. Something Uncharted related, possibly, with Nate's daughter or something. Jack and Daxter remake. Oh. Iron Man. Doom Dark Ages DLC. I also think so, because that was on their to-do list, unless it got canceled. But yeah, I think that's pretty likely. Stellar Blade 2. Devil May Cry. Yeah, KOTOR, Elder Scrolls 6, new Diddy charges. If that's revealed at the Game Awards, I mean, maybe we should put that on the bingo. Jeff gets up. Everybody, urgent news. New Diddy charges. And this time I'm really convinced. That would be funny. That would be really funny. Far Cry 7, that one also, like, this is the weird thing is I'm like, there's a lot of big ones. I just don't know, like, I don't know what they are going to try to keep for themselves. Like, if you are a PlayStation studio, do you reveal like another Intergalactic trailer, or do you save that for your own show? You know what I mean? Or if you're Nintendo and you've got Zelda or something, like, do you probably hold that for your own show? Same with like if you're Xbox and you have Elder Scrolls 6, why, like, surely they would hold the Elder Scrolls 6 trailer for their Xbox showcase in the summer, right? Like, I don't think that they would share that unless they had to. I think the one exception to that would be like Starfield coming to PS5. That makes sense, that like PlayStation players are not watching the Xbox showcase, so revealing the PS5 port there doesn't really make sense. But doing it at the Game Awards totally makes sense, especially when we already know that Todd is going to be there. And it's coming to PS5. You can now explore space alone on your PlayStation. It's great. I'd be so interested in the numbers that it does for PS5. I'm just so interested. I genuinely have no clue if Starfield sells like 1 million copies or 5 million copies on PlayStation. I just don't know. Like, maybe a lot of PlayStation players are genuinely interested. I don't know. Fallout Remaster, my guess is that it's still a ways off. Star Citizen single player, I think that they could totally surprise a lot of people. This allegedly, what you're seeing on screen now, allegedly, reportedly, speculatively, launches next year. Hypothetically. I don't personally think it's going to release next year, but it's allegedly releasing next year. And if it does, like, they could totally have a trailer ready to go. It would be the first time I think Star Citizen has actually tried to break into the mainstream at the Game Awards. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think they've ever had like a Star Citizen anything at any of these big shows. I'd be shocked. Control 2. I think they'll do Max Payne stuff first. I mean, maybe they announce them at the same time or reveal them at the same time, but I would guess that they'll do Max Payne stuff first. Yeah, CIG is doing everything at CitizenCon. Well, except for Squadron 42. Like, Squadron 42 skipped it at CitizenCon. And I think the whole point of Squadron 42 is to break into the mainstream and to as far as I can tell, like, get people who are not already in their bubble to join their bubble. So doing only reveals at CitizenCon seems kind of antithetical to me. Kind of against the goal. Dispatch 2, I don't think we see a sequel announcement at the Game Awards, but I think it's very likely we see a Season 2 announcement. I think that's way more likely. I think we totally see that. But I don't think that we see like a sequel. I think it's too early for that. Maybe they do it as like, I guess I should ask, does Season 2 of Dispatch count as a sequel? Like if it's another 8 episodes that you also have to buy for like $30, does that count as a sequel? Because like it's a second season, but I guess it is technically a whole new thing. So I guess that counts. I guess maybe why it's weird in my brain is I'm like, if it's a separate thing you launch on your console, like if you're on PS5, it's a separate app, then I'm like, yeah, that's a sequel. But if it's an expansion and you just pay like a $30 upgrade fee to dispatch the game, then I'm like, no, that's not a sequel, that's an expansion. But it's basically a second game. So I'd count it. I guess that makes sense. In my head initially it didn't make sense, but yeah, I could totally see that. How much does trailers and reveals cost at the Game Awards show? We talking $1 million? It depends on the length. Allegedly. Not that matters, but it does matter at the Game Awards. Your length does matter a lot. I believe the prices were like leaked. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. For Summer Games Fest, also run by Keeley. I don't know how accurate this info is. Let's see. Here it is. Metro reported this. Oh, they want me to allow ads. Cringe. Wow. Okay. If you've ever wondered how much it costs to have trailers shown during Summer Games Fest and the Game Awards, the answer is a lot. Okay. It turns out the event run by the Game Awards, this is for Summer Games Fest, may not be saving them all that much money at all, as 2.5-minute trailer apparently costs $550,000 to run. At Summer Games Fest, which is way smaller than the Game Awards. Supposedly, 1-minute trailer costs $250,000. A 2-minute one is $450,000. Presumably, you get some kind of discount if it's longer, but that is a lot of money. By comparison, the most expensive ad space in the world is during the Super Bowl, during American football. See, I said American football because if I say football, I get a lot of Europeans who are like, it's not. So I try to say it the right way. American football. When 30 seconds of screen time can cost up to $7 million. $7 million. $7 million for 30 seconds. It's because the audience is so stupid huge that's just how much they can charge. The fact that the amounts are in any way comparable is a bit of a shock, but last year's Summer Game Fest had a peak viewership of 2.03 million viewers. And since publishers can guarantee they're almost all keen gamers getting their attention for those precious minutes is arguably worth the price. Surprisingly, despite being an even more popular event with a peak audience of 3.6 million and a total of 118 million people tuning in at some point, the rates for the Game Awards 2023 were apparently the same. Summer Game Fest info comes from an unnamed insider speaking to Esquire, with one helpfully pointing out that these shows are really effing expensive. It's easy to imagine that if prices continue to increase, then publishers may begin to fall out of love with the event, just as they did with E3, but there's little sign of that so far. I mean, I think if anything, it might just shift and pivot to Gamescom. That seems to be the big focus now. I was talking to a couple of people yesterday, actually, about Gamescom, and they were like, bro, go. It's insane. It's E3 on steroids. So we'll have to maybe do that. Stream it or film videos there. It could be cool. But it's very expensive. And I mean, I'm surprised to hear that apparently the prices are about the same for the Game Awards, but what are you going to do? Point is, how much does it cost? It's a lot. I'm sure there are some exceptions made. Like, let's be honest, if Expedition 33 wants to reveal DLC, is Jeff going to charge them? I don't think so. Like, if Larian is actually bringing a big game reveal to the Game Awards, I don't think he's going to charge them. I think he's like, please, please, cop, we'll pay you. You know, if Neil Druckmann wants to reveal The Last of Us Part 3 at the Game Awards, do you really think he's going to be like, okay? I'm not sure. Maybe he does. And it's just business and they don't, like, everybody kind of gets it. But I'd be surprised. I think he probably is able to make exceptions. I know he's said already that they will make exceptions for smaller studios, like indie studios, if it's a game he really likes. Like, I think he said for Felt That Boxing, which he saw and thought looked great, that he made, like, he intentionally was like, we're going to get that on the show. Felt That Boxing, which still looks amazing. Do you think we see this again? I can hope, can't I?
All right, you little sick of fuzzy shit. Show me what you got. What? If you're gonna be champ, we gotta transform. Why are you even here?
Save us, Fuzzy.
Don't waste my time.
Save us, Fuzzy, or we'll die.
Attaboy. Attaboy. Eat bread, grab burnt toast, carb load. This meat ain't gonna beat itself. I've been taking dumps in there all day. Jab, jab, jab.
Dude, I'm so excited for that. It looks awesome. It's awesome. My mom is not a gamer at all, and I showed her that trailer. She's like, that looks amazing. Looks so good. Oh, man. Oh. Okay. Yeah, and I mean, they do host it at the Peacock Theater. I'm sure it is genuinely freakishly expensive to host the Game Awards and Summer Games Fest. I'm sure it's very expensive. It's not like Jeff is just pocketing all of that, right? Not how it works. Can we see a new Wolfenstein announcement from id? It might be a little early. I mean, maybe, but it's a bit early. Maybe another year or two. Maybe another year. Did you know Jeff is friends with Kojima? I didn't. Oh, no, I didn't. I didn't know that. No idea. That's great. Is this, like, was this just revealed? No idea. That's crazy. Good speed. I'm glad you're here, but in the last few minutes, you posted the Warriors 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 times. We get it. Got it. Got it. Don't worry. Don't worry. Mulas, thank you for the super chat. Don't forget the 40-minute stretch of gotcha games. Well, who else is paying the $250,000, $500,000 game, you know? Let me see. Let me make sure I read all these. Do you think something like Dragon Quest 12 might show up here? I also hope for Persona 4 remake in the news. Thank you for the super chat. It's possible that it could show up. It could also totally show up at like a Nintendo showcase. I could totally see that as well. Or a PlayStation State of Play or something like that. But it's not impossible. I would love to hear anything for Persona as well. Like, seriously, I would love that. I understand it's probably too early. You know, they just finished a big project, but I would love to see it. Max Payne 1 and 2 remakes. I think that also is pretty likely, Dread Silence, either at this show or Summer Games Fest. Thank you for the 2. Bro, Control 2, lol, maybe Max Payne. Yeah, I probably in the next year we see those. I don't know if it's going to be Thursday, but soon, I think. Findersman, thank you for the 5. Silent Hill 1 remake, I reckon. Seems like a layup. Seems like a layup. I don't know if they have a trailer ready, though, because they just did... if I'm assuming you mean that they're going to have, like, Bloober do it, Team Bloober, which would be the natural assignment. But they just put out Chronos, so I'm not sure if they'll have anything ready yet. Assuming that's what it is. Nasrallah, The Fallen World. Oh, yeah, I was going to Google that. What is that? It sounds very biblical and cool. A story-driven third-person dark fantasy... Nasrallah. This is what he's referring to. Nasrallah. Euclidean Studios. Yeah. I will tell you, I am digging the vibe. You know, it's giving me old school, like, original Senua's Saga Hellblade, or just Senua's Saga, or Hellblade Senua's Saga, whatever the original name was. It's giving me those vibes. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. I like that. That's a good one. Thank you for the 10. I do like that. That's a vibe, dare I say. Max Payne, Splinter Cell, Control 2. Yeah, those... I think we could see any of them. Splinter Cell, I kind of suspect they'll save for the Ubisoft show. But the way Ubisoft markets stuff is always confusing to me. Because I'm like, you have that. Save it for your show and like get the headline. But they always like to reveal it first. Like trying to push people into their show. I don't know. Not for Carson. Thank you for the 2. Wolf Among Us 2. I mean, yeah, they should have something. Mulas, thank you for that one. Speaking of Hail Mary, you got to put Half-Life 3. Oh, yes, we did. Armin Dedic. Thank you for the super chat. I hope everything's good, man. Have you seen the new expansion for Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon? Any thoughts? I've seen little stuff. I haven't like really sunk my teeth into the details. I got to check it out. And that's what I need to put on my, I was trying to think. I was like, there is one game I wanted to put on my Legion Go. What is it? And I was like totally spacing it. I was just sitting there. Like, what is it? It was Tainted Grail. That's what I wanted to put on it. Thank you for the reminder. And I know you're like, what the hell are you talking about? But yeah, now I remembered. Thank you for that. Yes, I need to do that. Has ACJ been sent to the Shadow Realm? I suspect they may be holding it to redo all of the monetization, because I think it probably was hardcore pay to win, and I think that it became very clear that would go over poorly. So I think they're going to redo the monetization, reworking it to get it cosmetic focused or cosmetic exclusively, and then they're going to launch it on PC as well. I think it'll be one of those crossover mobile games that's on PC and mobile, kind of like a Where Winds Meet. That's my guess. And the new Horizon game's doing that too. Hawk Rock. Thank you for the 2. New Divinity game trademark matches the statue. Yes. Is that statue for the hit game Gollum? Yes. That pure art statue was for the hit game Gollum. the idea of Ubisoft tweaking the gameplay makes me so much less excited for it. In my opinion, Black Ops gameplay is so much better than modern AC games. Well, it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. That's the difficult thing. Like, if they were to leave the gameplay exactly as it was, you'd end up with people complaining that they're still trailing missions, people complaining that the combat's really clunky, because remember, they changed the combat with Origins because people complained about the combat so much. In Syndicate, Unity, Rogue, 3, like years people have been complaining about the combat. They changed it, and now we're at the point where people are complaining for it to go back. So I think if they changed it, people would complain. If they don't change it, people would complain, which is why I'm saying just shadow drop it, let people play it, and make up their minds then. You know, because what you're going to end up with is, if you do a long marketing cycle, you're just going to end up with people being like, oh, well, I found out more about it and now I'm not feeling it because I found out that they changed this and they changed that, when maybe they would actually like the changes. But if they just drop it, there's no time to throw a fit. You know, people will just be like, okay, I'll try it. All my friends are playing. I'll just try it. Yarhar, Battle Pass ahoy, says Luke Smith. For the Black Flag remake, hopefully not, but shadow drops don't always equal great. I totally agree, Oram, and it's also very, very risky, because if you shadow drop and it's genuinely not that exciting, your game just flops. You're just screwed. So absolutely, it's high risk. And to be clear, I don't have the data they have. They may have data that suggests a shadow drop would be a bad idea. That's very possible. Maybe they know something that's pointing them to like, no, doing a shadow drop, we actually think that most of the people interested in Black Flag Remake are not currently super active in the gaming space. The majority of the gamers out there that would be buying this are more casual gamers that have been out of like the loop for a while. So we're gonna take a different approach. Like, they may have data that I don't have that could change it, but who knows? Who knows? All I know is, from my perspective, where I'm sitting, I think a shadow drop is probably the better idea, but that's just my opinion, frankly. Just my opinion. Thank you for the membership over there, Ravens. Thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let me see. Did I catch up on all these? I read that one. Oh yeah, Gavin's Beard. Thank you for the 5. Did you see the rumor about the upcoming Star Wars game that ends in Old Republic? Yeah, we talked about it earlier on stream. Yeah, it kind of seems like a perfect match over there. I don't believe Half-Life 3 or Fallout New Vegas 2 would ever live up to the hype the internet has created. I'm inclined to agree, especially with Fallout New Vegas 2. People keep saying, like, give it to this studio or give it to that studio or do this, do that. I'm like, guys, I think whatever you have in your head for a Fallout New Vegas 2 is not what it would be. Like, I think New Vegas 2, if it was made by Obsidian, would end up like a Fallout Code of Paint on the Outer Worlds 2. Which is not to say it's bad, but I think it would just be different than people think, you know?
At Shiro-Works donated 11 euros through Super Chat. Possible Leon reveal for Resident Evil Requiem? Greetings from the Netherlands.
Greetings! I've always wanted to visit the Netherlands. Seems really, really cool. Seems really cool, frankly. Like, come on. I mean, come on. Look at that. Look at that. See, I've been into Germany. We had a connection in Frankfurt, and then I went to Prague, and I've also been up to Copenhagen. I did talk like this the entire time I was there, just so everybody knows. I did visit Copenhagen. It's very beautiful. But I would like to visit the Netherlands and go to Amsterdam. We could hang out with Jor and what's his name? Kwebbelkop. Dude, did you see? This has nothing to do with anything. I will respond to what you actually asked about. I'm sorry about the Requiem. Oh, dude. Very AFK. He is like one of the people at Larian. Hey, we weren't meant to announce that yet. Divinity Original Sin 2 on PS5. So that's confirmed. That's confirmed. But Kwebbelkop, look at the AI slop he makes, dude. Look at this nonsense. Like, it is all just AI slop. The most trashy content. Like, you can tell he put an AI thing, an AI prompt, like, come up with viral content ideas. Look at this.
Look at the sky. It's literally raining melted cheese. You can hear it sizzling on the grass. That fence is melting. Yeah, you see the smoke? This stuff is scorching hot. Ah, I just caught one on my sleeve. It's happening. We're going out. Stay with me. Hold my word. And the whole team of Huskies ready to roll. Let's go. Oh, these guys are fast. I'm literally being dragged across a frozen lake right now. Look at this view. It's a Christmas postcard. All right, check this. I'm not gonna believe this. It's a literal tsunami from the plane. This is terrifying. Look. Oh my God, it's swallowing the city. Look at those cars. They're gone. That building. It's going under. Oh my God. Holy guys, you are not gonna believe this.
How is this not in like horrible taste? Like, he's making fake catastrophe videos.
This is terrifying. Look. Oh my God, it's swallowing the city. Look at those cars. They're gone. That building. It's going under.
Like, he's trying to frame this as like the next age of influencer content, that you can have AI do this and put out viral content. Speaking of viral, this has 6 likes. His page, like, this has 360,000 followers and he's getting 6 likes.
I'm riding a crocodile right now. It's moving like a rocket and I'm hanging on for dear life. Seriously, this thing is faster than half the jet skis I've ever been on the river. Look at this. Oh, we just rolled up on a shipping container in the middle of nowhere and it is full of iPhone 17s. Look at this thing. It's wide open. They're spilling out, floating everywhere. There's straight up hundreds of them. No, we just rolled up.
Dude. Is it not just like the saddest thing you've ever seen?
Is a swing made out of a real anaconda. Yep, here we go. Woohoo! Oh my days, this is insane. Hey buddy, you good? Please stay good. Oh wow, look at that view. I'm in Bali.
Yeah. Anyway, he lives in Amsterdam, so we could visit him. I think this is what a mental breakdown looks like. I think that's what this looks like. Or this is what that looks like. It's just, and it goes on and on and on and on and on. Like, look at this. He's making content pretending to be in catastrophes.
Guys, that thing is huge. It's coming right down the street. We gotta move. Run, run, run. Go, hurry. It's right behind us. Keep going. Upstairs, higher ground. Look at that. The whole street's gone. Stay safe, everybody. Guys, that thing.
Dude, can we not? For real. It's so sad. And what's crazy is that he used to be a gaming YouTuber with like 15 million subs. Big channel, very successful, made millions upon millions of dollars. And this is what he's doing now. Brilliant. Brilliant. Speaking of brilliant. Sorry, my kids are upstairs jumping up and down, and I think that's, you probably can hear it. They're bouncing up and down. Okay. Okay. We have a couple of other things. Yeah, even then his YouTube channel was well, I mean, it's just, it's so sad that, like, even you can be handed everything, millions of subs, millions of dollars, millions of fans, even though they're only 7 years old, and still just throw it away for like nothing. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Talk about Todd. You sure? Are you sure? I mean, I don't want to just talk about Todd if I have to talk about Todd, and, like, you know, if it's going to be cringe, I don't want to talk about Todd. I mean, news of it. I mean, people get on my case. I'll tell you what, people get on my case and say, Luke, you talk about Todd too much. You talk about BGS. Like, we get it. You're a fan of Fallout. You want these games to be good, and so you're trying to have tough love with them and hopefully make a difference. Instead of just gassing them up, you're trying to, like, be real with them. I get that, Luke. I appreciate that, Luke, but can we chill? You talk about Todd too much. And I hear you. I want to be honest, I talk about it because I find him interesting as well. But I get that. Maybe I do talk about Todd too much. So I thought today, maybe, just maybe, we instead shake it up a little and listen to other people talk about Todd. This is a channel called Kiwi Talks. And one of you guys sent me on our Discord clips of these. And it's a channel that does, I mean, he does all sorts of interviews with game devs and people. It does a phenomenal job. You should absolutely do this. Click, subscribe, and this, click. Go over there, show him some support, because he talks to a bunch of game developers, including and specifically people over at BGS.
At Shifai_ donated $10 through Super Chat. Speaking of AI trash, why not use good artists pre-show instead of AI? Stupendium, Neebs Taming, JT Games and others put out fantastic video game songs.
Well, first of all, thank you for the 10. As for the pre-show, I think you're talking about like the AI Concord is Dead song that we play and some of those. I totally hear you. We do play video game music as well. This morning, we actually started with sea shanties from Black Flag, which was such a vibe. But sometimes it is fun to have actual slop pour into your ears because try as I might, it's hard to find musicians who are willing to write comedy songs about obscure video game memes. It's quite difficult. People with talent don't want to waste their time doing that. So we use robots instead. But absolutely, people should listen to real video game music from very talented people. The slop is slopping for sure. But okay, who said give me sloppy toppy? Okay. But absolutely, I hear what you said. Yeah, video game music is phenomenal and OSTs are fantastic. But sometimes you just want to hear a robot make fun of Concord, you know? You know? Because even talented musicians are like, you want me to spend time making a comedy song about Concord? Really? What are we doing? Okay, but so this guy does phenomenal interviews with all sorts of developers, and I thought I would show you just a couple of them because he interviewed a bunch of devs. Each one of these clips that he's put together comes from whole interviews with each one of these developers. So you might see a character artist, you might see a quest designer, you might see this person or that person, and he's done entire 2-hour-long interviews with these game developers, and you should absolutely go check out the entire things because they are genuinely fascinating. What's interesting is a lot of these guys, pretty much all of them actually that I think we're going to see, worked at BGS and have left in the last handful of years. And they're very passionate. They're very good at what they do, but they worked at BGS through the transitionary period. So a lot of them worked on like Fallout 3, worked on Skyrim, worked on Fallout 4, maybe 76. A lot of them worked on Starfield, and they've left in the last handful of years. And so these specifically are clips that he's collected of each of these developers from all different areas of the studio talking about Todd from their perspective, okay? So you thought I talk about Todd too much? Well, boom. Doom. Here we are. Larian director just debunked the DOS 3 theory. We'll look it up in a second if that's true. Here we go. I muted it. Sorry. So here we go. First interview. Jonah.
You're alone.
So to be clear, this is character artist on Skyrim, Fallout 3, and 4.
If you're the guy in charge, you're a little bit, you're alone, you know, like it's you alone, you're the captain, you know, and so everybody can be tight with the captain. They can be loyal to the captain. It's hard to really be friends with the captain because there's not because of anything other than like, he's authority, you know, and his word has to go. And I think that one thing that I felt really good about in the years while I was there, you know, and I only agreed with maybe 65% of the decisions he made in general. But I think that's a very high batting average for a leader. I mean, think about like presidential approval numbers, right? Like, you know, like when you have to make, when there's some guy at the top making all the decisions, like you're not going to agree with a lot of them. No. But I will say that I think at the time of Fallout and Skyrim and all that, I think there was a general feeling whether or not you were angry at Todd or annoyed at Todd or whatever. I don't think there was ever any feeling like anybody else should be in charge.
Well, I think also one of the important things for a leader, especially in like a creative endeavor, is that they need to unify people around the vision. And you kind of have to have confidence in their vision. Like, for example, with From Software, they've got a lot of people working on that game. Like, just try to put yourself in the shoes of a developer working on Elden Ring. You probably have worked on Dark Souls, you've worked on Sekiro, you might have worked on some of those games. But now you are working on little bitty snippets of this game, and you have to have trust in the process that's going to scale.
$9.99 through Super Chat. Silly musician here. I would gladly make a song for the stream if you would have me. Blackheart free .99.
Well, thank you for the offer. Thank you for the 10. First of all, that's crazy. But yeah, I mean, reach out. If you're a member, so yeah, you should be in the Discord. Get in the Discord. Send me some stuff. I'd happily check it out. We can play it. Hell yeah. Hells yeah. Appreciate you. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, but like each one of those people making like a boss fight in Elden Ring, they are not seeing the whole game. Like they don't see the whole map. They don't understand where this boss fight's going to necessarily go in relation to this one. They're just trying their best to like do their very specific thing. And you have to have confidence and trust in the director that's overseeing all of it, that all the pieces are going to go where they need to go. And that's the job of a game director, to keep all of that in mind, and the job of the developers to know that the director knows what they're doing. And so you may disagree with the choices. It surprised me here that the disagreement was that frequent, but I mean, it's just part of the system. You definitely have to have confidence in your leader.
And I think that's a huge deal. That's a huge deal, as I think that if, you know, I fundamentally knew that this was going to go well because Todd was in charge. And that's a feeling of profound security, you know, so.
I wonder if that's changed. I wonder if that's changed, because even if you you work at Bethesda, you may love what you're doing, you know, and you're passionate about all the work and everything. But I do wonder if the negativity in the online discourse does affect you, because I understand Bethesda loves them some Bethesda, but like, they launch an update for Fallout 4 and it breaks literally everything. And the whole internet is like, should have seen it coming. They don't know what they're doing. They're incompetent. Like everybody immediately starts trashing them and being like, you shouldn't have expected anything more. Putting out an update that doesn't break anything. This is Bethesda we're talking about. You know, like not gentle. So I wonder if that's changed, or maybe they just don't care. I don't know. But certainly like the online discourse no longer would make you think that like, there's a lot of confidence in Todd's direction, you know, because you got to remember that he's talking from the perspective of somebody that worked on Fallout 3, Skyrim, leaning to Fallout 4 and on Fallout 4. And with those games, circa 2011, 2012, bro, anything Todd Howard says, yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. You just put together Skyrim. You can do no wrong. You know, it's like Hidetaka Miyazaki in the aftermath of Elden Ring. Whatever you want. Okay, like we'll figure it out. Okay, we'll get you what you need. Nowadays things have maybe changed, but back in that time period, for sure, I could see that cult of personality.
So, yeah, so he and I were great. We've always been great. The last time I saw him was at my producer Angela's wedding, actually. And he got a little toasty, and he told me that everybody there misses me, and if I wanted to come back, I can come back. Now listen, this was years ago, so you know, does the offer still stand? I don't know. I have no idea.
Knows? Yeah.
I haven't seen him in like 8 years or something like that. But yeah, no, he was great. And he was always complimentary and supportive of my work. And I only really got my nose like, you know, bopped by him like once in any kind of significant way, and I deserved it. So
I wonder what a Todd nose bopping is like. I wonder, Todd, what is that like? What's it like when he bops your nose? I don't know.
You know, like, yeah, he is, you know, so I don't know, again, I don't know how things have gone now. I know the company's changed and it's gotten bigger and all these different things have happened. So I don't know. I can't speak to him now, but at the time I worked with him, you know, I'll say this. When I got hired there, we had about like 54 people on the team. Small. It was very small. So I got to know him really, really well. Oh yeah, it was tiny. By the time I left, it was only like 110. So it was still tiny. And so I think I got to know Todd, not at the beginning, necessarily by any stretch of the imagination, but it was still a small and intimate team where everyone knew each other.
And that's not what it is now. Now it's like 400 to 500 people. Like, it's not that. And I think this is a common pattern you'll hear, is that Todd became inaccessible. Todd became so busy that you couldn't talk to him about stuff. You had to schedule meetings where people that reported to him would then listen to your feedback or listen to your concern or update or whatever, and then they would bring it to Todd. So he became very, very difficult to reach. And that's something you'll hear time and time again. Funnily enough, I can't go into too much detail, but I will be able to eventually. But recently I was speaking to somebody at Obsidian, and I asked them, how are you guys able to be so efficient? Like, how are you able to put out games at such a steep pace with like a pretty solid batting average? Like you're getting like solid Metacritic scores and everything. How are you able to do that when other studios are struggling to put out a game in 6 years? Like, how is that happening? And their answer was very interesting, and it was kind of multifaceted, but it basically came down to, we have smaller, more intimate teams that are experienced and know what they're doing, and we manage our scope. So we say no to a lot of things. You know, when we're trying to figure out what we should do, we say no a lot, but that helps. You know, that helps us figure out where we should be we should be going in terms of like direction, and it also helps us avoid wasting time and resources on stuff that ends up getting cut, right? So I think it's just, you know, a well-managed, well-scoped project. And then it's also a team that's relatively small. Everybody knows each other. And when you need something from the programming department, you get it from your chair, you walk 30 feet, and you talk to Tim in programming. He fixes it. And then he's like, damn it, I need this character rig fixed or something. I got to go talk to one of the animators. Gets up, walks 25 feet to Angela's desk and says, I need this fixed. And they do that. And then Angela's like, I got to get this fixed. Let me go over to the artists, walks 30 feet back the other way and talks to Rebecca, and they get that fixed. Like that's I think what really helps it. But when you're on such a large scale of a team where it's like 400 people, it's no longer like that. It's like, okay, I have to schedule a Slack on Slack, and I have to go and schedule a meeting through Microsoft Teams, and then I got to go into Jira and I got to schedule this task. I have to change the status, and this needs to go up for review by my manager, and then I'm going to do this. And it becomes so much busy work and bureaucracy that it just does not help anything. You know, it greatly decreases efficiency, I think. Yeah, people hear teams and have like flashbacks, like, oh no. So I think honestly, the vibe I'm getting from a lot of developers that I've spoken to is smaller teams. Yeah, you can't make the as big of quadruple A games or whatever. But the smaller teams really help with agility and efficiency. And that's something you do not get. You just do not get it when you have a team of 400 people. It just changes. And that's what you'll hear a lot of these guys say.
And so, as the company's changed, I think his role within the company has changed. I think there's not probably that same sense of connectivity and everything. And
Hannah, by the way, thank you for this, the membership. Appreciate you.
Yeah. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe he felt, you know, a little sour about me leaving, because I think when you're the guy in charge and you're trying to run things as well as you can, and then you have someone like me kind of tell him like, I'm leaving, you know, like, gotta go. You know, especially after a hit like Skyrim, right? I mean, I gotta imagine you're feeling like, if it was me, I'd be like a little bit bitter. I'd be like, why you leave, man? Like, we had a good thing going, you know?
Yeah.
And we did have a good thing going. We really did. We had a beautiful thing going during the time I was there.
He would understand that, surely. I mean, you would have told him the reasons as to why you're going.
Of course.
So there'd probably be a part of him that's bitter, but then probably another part that would understand. Yeah.
Absolutely. No. I mean, when I told him I was leaving and taking a year off and writing a fantasy novel and all that, he was like, dude, I want to do that. And I looked at him. I said, I know, man, but you can't. Like, you're actually stuck here. Like, you actually cannot leave at all. And so I think that I think he really understood where I was coming from. I think he really did. But, you know, it's like, again, like, he's stuck there. So, you know, why wouldn't he feel like, you know, well, if I'm stuck here, like, we should be here together. You know, I think he works really hard to build this build a team. I think over the years, it's hard to build a team and have people constantly leaking away at the edges. And, after a while, you start to feel, listen, I'm completely guessing as to his psychology, but again, I think it's lonely at the top,
Yeah, it is. Did you have like a newfound appreciation for?
I also just want to say I love their logo, the two little kiwis that form the game controller. It's really clever. I like it. As for this, I mean, I do think that it is. I'm sorry, that did him dirty with the freeze frame. I do think it is lonely at the top because Todd does get all of the blame. He does get all of the money too, most of it. It seems, at least. He's doing just fine. But I'm sure it's lonely at the top, and a lot of the people that have been with him for the longest time, they liked the small, intimate studio. And as BGS has grown, that company culture is gone, dead and gone. And I'm naturally, a lot of people have decided to leave. And I mean, I know personally that, like, if, for example, this, the channels kept growing and the stream kept growing, and it got to the point where, like, it was just so big that, like, Jacob and Trevor and my manager Jake, if they all were like, you know what, I'm good, I'm gonna move on, I'm gonna do something else, I'd be bummed. Like, I would probably be making more than I've ever made, and I'd have more popularity than ever before, but I think I would still be kind of like bummed about it, because the people I came to the dance with left without me, I don't know. Yeah, but then, I cry while dabbing my tears with $100 bills, which is confirmed to be what Todd does. No, I don't know what he does.
Once you went off and you worked on Fireborn. Was it Fireborn?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Fireborn, absolutely. Yeah. No, he, his ability to say no was one I wish I had embraced much earlier in the years afterwards. Yeah. I think building games like Skyrim, they seem limitless, and Fallout, they seem limitless. They seem huge. They seem impossibly huge. But actually, like, to do that, to pull that off, the guy at the top really has to say no to a lot of ideas, to the point where it was frustrating and annoying. And there's projects I worked on after hours just to get him in the game. And by and large, they got in the game, which was great. But it was very clear to me that I could not work on whatever I kind of dreamed up at that time at work all the time, because we had a game to get through and we had the fundamentals to hit. And so, yeah, certainly. I think he had a very strong sense of what the games we were working on were and what they had to be and what they weren't and what they didn't have to be. And he would very quickly say no to anything that didn't fit within that paradigm. And and that by definition, that's very limiting. But, he had a great quote.
I refer to this all the time. You guys might remember this.
That we went over a lot, which is we can do everything. I'm sorry, we can do anything, but we can't do everything. And so the idea is, it's a game. We can make the game do whatever we want, but you can only do a certain number of things. And so that has stuck with me, I think. Yeah, that focus on the core experience has stuck with me.
I mean, there's some concern, I suppose, that when the day comes when he hangs up the gloves, so to speak, like, who will be able to take the mantle
when he hangs up the mouse and keyboard. Yeah.
I agree. I mean, I think
what's crazy is right now, the only person that's really primed to take over for Todd when he's done is probably Emil. So I don't know. Like, I'm sure that there's other people, but, like, even with Starfield, you're gonna see in these interviews, one of the people that is on, like, the docket that is gonna talk is, like, Will Shen. Will Shen was one of the senior quest designers. I think he was the senior quest designer, and he left. Like, even some of the senior people at Bethesda that have been there for ages, for the last handful of years, have been leaving in the last handful of years. You know, they like worked for 20 years and then they decide they want to do something else. I think that the acquisition, the sort of corporatization of BGS, it growing to such an extreme degree, I think that has like pulled away a lot of the OGs that originally were like really, really close with Todd and worked on games like Morrowind, into Oblivion, into Fallout 3, into Skyrim, into Fallout 4. And they worked on all of these games with him. A lot of those people have peeled off and left. And again, it's lonely at the top. It's lonely at the top, but I think it's in large part because the studio has just changed so much. It literally is not the same studio it once was. It is way bigger, way less efficient, demonstrably. It makes a lot more money. Those paid creations, those paid mods do really, really well, but it's just different. Just different.
At a certain point, it you know, I'm a big fan of changing up your career, you know, as is evidenced by my ever-changing career. And so I think when the day comes for him to hang up his gloves, it'll be a good day. Not because he doesn't still have it or whatever, but I think that, like, you know, going from one game to the next is exhausting. And if you have to helm that game and see it through every single step of the way, that's exhausting. So on the one hand, I'm like, dude, this dude was born to do this. On the other hand, I'm like, I don't know, he's like 50 something at this point, and like he's been doing this hardcore now for like what, 25 years, like being not just working in games but being at the helm of them, you know. It's just it's you know, and I think the day he hangs up his gloves, there's going to be a lot of stumbling and staggering by whoever reassumes that responsibility, for sure.
I mean, we got along.
What's crazy is that probably is like, I think it's probably still like 2040s would be my guess. Like there was that one thing where what's his name? Midler. Something Midler. He's one of the journalists with VGC. He was on the podcast, the Friends Per Second podcast, and he was saying how he thinks Todd's out of it after Elder Scrolls 6. I was like, dude, he's not that old. Like I think he still got it, but like I could see him going into his 60s or 70s and then like, or probably 60s, but then retiring at some point. But like, I don't know, man. It's I'm sure it's exhausting day in, day out. Well, my understanding, Corey, correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding, glad you're here, Corey, by the way. My understanding is that like the waves of stress kind of come and go with like the projects as they go. So like if you have because I was talking to one of to be fair, he's an indie dev, but like this was the big moment where his game launched and his stress level was like at the ceiling. He's losing his mind. But then he takes like a month or two off. He goes on vacation and his stress kind of drops. And then he's like, okay, I'm feeling good. Oh God, wait, I have to make something. And the stress raises again. And then it just kind of steadily raises as the years go by until the game goes to launch. And then the cycle repeats. And so like it goes in waves. It's a cycle. I'm sure when you're like the person in charge, you don't get as much of a dip because you immediately have to be figuring out what the next thing is. So you just go straight from this straight into that. But my understanding, at least from one of the indie devs I spoke to, was that it at least comes in waves, you know. Corey says it never goes to zero, but yeah, it comes in waves. But the stress of everything is always there at a much higher level than zero. Well, and dude, like when I've tried to explain this to some of my friends. Like when you're somebody that is in charge of other people and like their livelihoods, and if you screw up, they don't get to pay their mortgage, they don't get to pay their rent, they don't pay for food. Like it's an added thing, because like if I screw up and then I lose my income, okay, that's bad enough. But like if I screw up and then I lose my income and Jacob loses income and Trevor loses income, like that raises the stakes. And so imagine for somebody like Todd, who has like hundreds of people underneath them. It's like, yeah, if your direction on this isn't great and it falls, like, it's got to be crazy. Like, the stakes are very, very high. And I would also imagine another layer to this too is as like are a creative person and you're getting into like your 50s going into your 60s, I'm sure there's a point where like legacy starts to come into it, which I don't think is like a selfish thing. I think it's just a natural thing. Like, you start to think, what's my legacy going to be? What is my magnum opus going to be? Is it behind me or is it in front of me? Like, you're also worried about how your legacy will be established, how people will remember you. And I think that also raises the stakes again. You know, Corey says game industry at age of 50 is a normal life age of 60. It ages even faster. At leading, that is what it feels like to me, or at least that's what it feels like to me. I am the worst at balancing stress, though. Others are much better than me. I will say there's some people that it's just ridiculous. Like, there's a lady, I can't remember her name. There's a lady on TikTok and she is a literal brain surgeon. And she does like day in the life vlogs where she just vlogs her life as a brain surgeon. And dude, it's insane. Like, she's like, oh yeah, I just woke up at 4 a.m. and then I go for a run. And then I go in and make the kids breakfasts. I take them to school. And then I go to surgery and I'm in surgery for 16 hours. And then I come back home and I sleep for 2.5 hours. And I'm like, how would you do that? Like, and it's not just like, oh, I did some work today. It's like, I am in people's brains. And if I screw up, they die. Like, but she's just like, yep, it was a good Tuesday. I couldn't do it, man. I couldn't do it. I'm glad there's people like her who can do it and are chill and like can be cool, calm, and collected with that stress. But definitely, like, some people handle it much better. And I'm glad they do, because you don't want somebody who's nervous working on your brain. You know, you want somebody who's very, very put together. You know, it's just a very, very different thing. Let's see. There was another one I wanted to read. I missed it. Where did it go? I lost it. You get used to everything with time. Well, you get used to it or it crushes you. Because there's some people who can adapt to it, and then there's others who can't, you know? When I worked in corporate real estate, they would always say, they're like, no, you're going to come, you're going to work your butt off, and you're going to see if you can do it, or it's going to crush you. Like, you're going to adapt to it and become phenomenal, or you'll sink. You'll jump into the ocean. And it's one of the fallacies where, like, everybody jumps in the ocean off the side of the ship. You look over the side of the ship in 15 minutes. And you're like, wow, these people are in here. All the people that jumped in are still treading water and are just fine. It must not be that hard to stay afloat, because you don't see the people who sank. You only see the people who stayed afloat, you know? And that can lead you into a false sense of security where you think everybody can do that. Everybody can float. And it's just because you aren't seeing the people who sank, you know? Anyway, that's beside the point. This is Nate Perkypile. He's a world artist that worked on Skyrim, Fallout 3, and Fallout 4. And he also is an indie developer, and he left BGS to go and make like an indie game. And his indie game was really interesting because it was a like open world adventure survival game. And it was a game also where he didn't have any textures in it. So all of the visuals were textured with like the geometry and the little nanite stuff that he was using in, I believe, Unreal. It's very, very cool. It's very, very, very cool. Survivor's bias. Yeah, exactly. Or another way, like another spin on it is also how people tend to fit information they have around their current situation. There's the puddle analogy, you know, which is where, like, you know, a puddle wakes up one day and looks around himself and is like, oh my God, this is crazy. This hole is perfectly molded to me. I fit perfectly inside. I mean, it's really precise. It is crazy. That's incredible. And it's almost as if I was It was made for me to be inside of it. And it's not. It's just that you're here because of the whole. Like, you know, it's not that it was made for you. This is just the emergent situation. It's usually something that comes up in like debates over evolution and things where people are like, the earth is precisely positioned between the, you know, in the Goldilocks zone. If it was a little bit further out or a little bit further in, we wouldn't be here. And it's like, yeah, exactly. If it were further out, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here to comment on how far away we are from the sun. We just wouldn't be here. You know? Anyway, continuing.
Yeah. So, like, some people would be, I suppose, scared of him because they're like, oh, that's Todd Howard. But, you know, I was there when we were like 60 people or whatever. So I always talked to him fairly regularly. So to me, I was just like, yeah, just go talk to Todd. He's fine.
Was that still possible by the time you got to Starfield, though? Or had it?
I mean, it definitely got a lot harder because he was a lot busier and, like, you know, needed to fly off to all these other studios and stuff. But I suppose at the level that I was, I'd probably talk to him more than, you know, some new person who got there after everything got big.
So does Todd get quite passionate about UI?
Yeah. Like, plenty of people could go their entire career there and maybe not even talk to him, possibly, especially now. But when you're talking about UI, like, he literally cares about the kerning of fonts. Like, that is 100% not an exaggeration.
The level of detail. Wow.
Yes. So I was like, okay, have at it.
Todd and his fonts. Actually, this is something it made me think of. This is a deep cut again. Why do I remember this? I don't know. I can't explain it. But the making of Skyrim documentary. Here is this it? Oblivion? No. It was the really old one. Maybe this, the tour. He shows a whiteboard. He shows a whiteboard at one point in this. Yeah, here. So he shows a whiteboard, and on the whiteboard is actually the early designs for the UI for Skyrim. Let me see if I can find the particular, because I don't think that was the exact whiteboard. But there's a moment where he shows a whiteboard. Maybe it's not this documentary. But he has outlined all of, like, the UI, how you look to the heavens, you look to the stars, and you can see they have all of this specific stuff, player playing cool animations, cool workbench, recipe requirements, new stats, button help. So, like, he's actually charting out what the UI is going to look like on the whiteboard before they build it out. Because he cares. He was in the chess club. He was. And who's laughing now? I was also in the chess club. I was the team captain. I was. I think if we ever did a collab with Todd, we wouldn't even talk about games. We would just play chess. Maybe we do a charity fundraiser where, like, it's the Luke and Todd play chess and can't talk about Starfield. Maybe that's what we do. That would be funny.
He wants to be able to have his hands in everything, but that's not humanly possible. So you end up with...
Oh, yeah. So to be clear, this is Bruce Nesmith. You have probably seen him in some of the documentaries from, like, way back in the day. But he was a designer on Skyrim, Fallout 3, 4, 76, and on Starfield, and recently retired.
A situation where some things get very
Will we talk about candles? No, I'll just have them lit in the background.
lightly touched, and then the things he cares mostly about, you know, he does a deep dive into. You know, as talented as he is, it's a mistake to think that any studio director is personally doing all the work on any project.
Of course.
That's just not realistic. You know, they're fortunate if they can have the time to even look at something a little bit and pass some judgment on it. Instead, the vast majority of them do what Todd did, which is pick and choose the things he cares most about, and then trust the rest of his staff to carry through on other things. And, you know, just deal with a really light touch on those other principles or work efforts, and let his directors and his managers and his talented staff try and create the best product they can. When I first joined the company in 2004, as you pointed out,
This also, to be clear, this is a common thing where we even saw it in the Dan Houser interview, where Dan Houser, co-founder of Rockstar, knows what he's doing. He was saying how there were plenty of things in like Red Dead 2 that he never knew about, that he had never seen, he had never laid eyes on, because the game was so big. Even as like one of the head honchos, he's like a lead writer, there were things that he like just couldn't see because the game was just that big. And it's something Todd's mentioned. I'm sure like Hidetaka Miyazaki, there's tons of stuff in Elden Ring that he hadn't seen by the time the game came out, and like little things that pop up and he's like, I didn't know we put that in there. That's crazy, you know, because it's just so big. One person can't be involved with every little aspect of it. At some point you have to let go and let other people take control and agency over it.
The only project,
or how CDPR put it, have ownership. It was specifically ownership. The small strike teams, they work on this level, they have ownership of that level. If the level's bad, we know why it's bad. It's their level, it's their problem. But if it's good, you know why it's good. It's also them. So, you know, give responsibility, ownership over stuff, and let people rise to the occasion.
Going on really was Oblivion. I mean, the whole concept of DLC didn't even exist. Bethesda was one of the first to even do a DLC of any kind.
Yeah, innovation, baby.
You know, with the infamous horse armor DLC. But you know, so that was the only project. You know, there were a few things that I'm sure you had to deal with in terms of
yeah, this is one you have to let go for sure. Well, I was even just talking to another YouTuber last night. And this is on a much smaller scale than what we're talking about here, of course. But for him, he edits all of his own stuff. And these are like 1.5 hour, 2 hour videos, okay? Like I used to do when I edited all of my own critiques and everything. And I was trying to tell him, I was like, you will be letting go of control. But you have to at some point, especially if you want to grow and get bigger and do bigger, crazier things, at some point you have to let go. And you'll be giving up control. So it won't be exactly the way you would have done it. The video that Jacob cuts together for me is not the same video that I would cut together. But that's almost why I like it, you know, because Jacob will come and bring things that make the videos way funnier than if I were to just edit myself. He brings a unique spin on it. He does something that I never would have thought of. Like one of our most popular videos of the last couple of years was a Star Citizen video where we did a number of montages because I wanted to show how the tech was crazy and you could fly from the planet's like atmosphere or orbit down through the atmosphere and land on the planet's surface. And so Jacob went and found a bunch of obscure Jimmy Neutron songs of Carl Wheezer singing random things and put that in for the montages. It was very random, but it was funny. And I never, ever would have thought to do that. And so even though the video was very different than how I would have made it, it was better, I think. And the candle wax bit. Jacob put a little candle wax bit because I was filming a video. I had to do a candle swap, a costume swap and change because I filmed like half of it one day and half the next, I think. And so I was wearing something else. And Jacob saw that. He could have just left it as unmentioned. Oh, Luke's wearing a different shirt. People would figure out, probably filmed it the day after. But instead, he put a little blurb on screen and was like, Luke spilled his candle on himself while drinking it, thinking it was his coffee. And now the Luke drinks candles meme lives on. And that's only because he was doing it. He was involved. If I was making that video, I guarantee you, I never would have thought of writing that I drank a candle and spilled it on myself. But he made it better. And so I do think if you have talented people around you and you can learn how to let go and more importantly, trust them and trust that they'll bring their spin to it and make it better in that way, you can end up with a significantly better product at the end of it. It won't be what you would have made, but that's precisely the point, you know? Hashtag release the candle cut. No. Yeah, at some point I got to realize that I'm the old man holding them back all from creating something great. I think unfortunately that's kind of what we all eventually realize is that we're holding back the young people. Yeah, I can't. Luke drank the candle. I don't know what you want from me. Yeah, Candlegate. It's just that, but it's also very freeing. Once you learn to let go and trust the creative people around you, things get easier for you, easier for them because you're not micromanaging them. And I think the product gets better. The one exception being if the people you're trusting end up being bad at what they do, which does sometimes happen. I hired a company to help me edit TikToks and I tried to trust them. And some of you may remember, they started posting TikToks. I don't even know how they did it, but like they were TikToks that were like, TikTok should be in the vertical format, right? So you have the vertical video like that. What they were doing is they were exporting it like this, but horizontal. And then that was getting put into a vertical format. So what you effectively ended up with was if this was your phone screen, the video they were posting, the actual video was like this big in the center of it. And all of this was just black bar. Like it was horrible. And I was like, I don't even know how you did that. Like, I don't know how you exported it and ended up with that. It looked horrible. It was bad. And they posted like 10 of these in one drop, even though they're supposed to do like one a day. So we decided not to work anymore together. So sometimes you trust people that are bad and you get burnt. But when you have people who are good at what they do and you trust them, it gets better. It gets even better. And it's awesome, Who? I don't even know if their like little company still exists anymore, frankly, because it wouldn't surprise me given the quality of their work if people stopped hiring them. But yeah, that was a whole other thing. Anyway, continuing on with this. Corey says shit never gets easier. Well, especially in game development, like at least with videos, it's largely static. Like our process is pretty much the same from video to video. Of course, bigger videos or reviews and critiques and stuff, there's added nuance there and complexities there. But for video games from year to year, they just get more and more complicated. And player expectations shift and change, and the technology changes, and so I can only imagine like how much worse it is with game development. I can only imagine.
Reprints of things or foreign language translations of old products, stuff like that. But in terms of development, it's just oblivion. Fast forward to 3 years ago when I left, he probably had 2 dozen projects that were on the table, some small, some large. There's mobile games, there's remote things that he just has to take a look at, in addition to a variety of larger projects.
2 dozen. And that includes, I'm sure, the Indiana Jones game that he was executive producer on, the Fallout show. There's rumors and discussions of an Elder Scrolls show. Of course, Elder Scrolls 6, Fallout 5 pre-production. Like, there's so much stuff.
At Lo-Fi Lazy, donated $10 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Did you hear about the Marathon art theft settlement? Cha-ching for anti-real, hopefully.
Cha-ching, indeed. What I said, and what was interesting is you guys clipped it and sent it to them, so I don't know if they ever saw it, but my recommendation to anti-real was the second it was very clear what had happened, that somebody at Bungie had taken their artwork and put it all throughout the game. I was like, do not talk to them. Do not say, it's fine. It's okay. I just want recognition. Don't say anything like that. Go get a lawyer. Have your lawyer speak on your behalf. That's why you get a lawyer. Give it a year and you'll have retirement. Because this is a big oopsie. And it's way cheaper for them to settle it with you to the extent of you having your entire retirement covered, basically, than risking, playing the game, rolling the dice, and hoping you don't sue them. So just get representation, go off, take care of it. Let the lawyers fight it out, and you'll be good. And it sounds like that's what happened. there was a settlement, and most likely Anti-Real had to sign like an agreement saying, you know, a non-disclosure agreement and a non-disparagement agreement. And so we'll probably never know or hear what the settlement was, but hopefully it was sufficient. And Anti-Real said it was to their satisfaction. So, I mean, it would seem like it. But yeah, that was a bit of a mess, but it seems to have been resolved.
So, you know, that's a lot.
It is a
and
lot.
The transition that you're talking about from him being extremely accessible to him being very difficult to access personally isn't something that happens overnight. That was years in the making. You know, so it starts with people who are in management positions or leadership positions have easier access. Transitions to access to him has to go through them or is much less frequent. You have to schedule it way in advance, all that kind of stuff. And he tried very, very hard to be accessible for a very long time. You know, this isn't something that any manager wants to do, is to become less accessible. But when you've got 400 people under your belt, you know, what are you going to do? Spend 3/4 of the day talking to each of them that wants to talk to you?
It's not feasible.
Or do you have mid-level and higher-level managers who can take that responsibility and execute that for you so that you can get on with the more important work of directing the overall project? He's struggled throughout his entire career in this letting go process. I mean, if what I said earlier is he had a light touch on everything and then deep dives into things he wanted, that's a light touch literally on everything, which means that one of the issues that the studio struggled with occasionally was, well, we can't move forward because Todd hasn't had a chance to look at it. Now, obviously, this wasn't something that was, you know, completely a blocker because the games got produced on time.
Yeah.
Which is not a common thing to happen in the industry, to, you know, have it done excellently and have it done on time. But
was it? I genuinely am not sure because it seemed like timeline
donated
shifted.
20 New Zealand dollars through Super Chat.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Luke, just wanted to say love the content and keep up the good work. Watching you videos got me back into gaming and gaming news, so huge thanks.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate you. And thank you for watching. Thank you for the super chat. That's very, very generous of you. And I'm glad you're here, my friend. Glad we got you back. You tried to get away from gaming, but we got you back in. Got ya. Boom. Trapped. Right in time for $70 releases, baby. Somebody's gonna clip this and be like, I'm beginning to think Luke's an industry plant. He confessed on stream that he's trapping people. Can you imagine? That'd be the greatest plot twist ever if it was like, yeah, I was like I work for EA or somebody and I'm like just trying to hook people in to get them to spend $70. That'd be funny. Anyway, I think, you know, timelines did shift. I think with Fallout 5, they hit the timeline that they originally expected. Fallout 76, I mean, I don't know how you could say that was anything but rushed. Because, I mean, we all remember what it was like. So I don't think you could say that it was, what did he call it?
Industry did, you know, have it done excellently and have it done on time.
Yeah, I don't think it was done. It was done on time, but done is a strong word, and I don't know if I'd say it was done excellently. And even Starfield, that was originally, the timeline's messy, but basically it was originally announced for 2022, I believe, and then it got delayed to 23. But Phil said that the original goal when they bought out ZeniMax was for the game to launch a year before, which would suggest that it was originally slated for 2021, which lines up with those Xbox FTC hearing leaks. So Starfield ended up coming out a solid like 2 years after the original target release date. So I'm not sure what he's referring to, because like the FTC hearings and all that stuff seems pretty clear to suggest that it's not really the case. So at least the last two releases seem to have either been rushed or delayed pretty significantly from their original targets. But maybe that doesn't count because the target was moved, and so like they technically hit the target. I don't know. Steven says, I have surgery next week, going to rewatch the essays and VODs. Thanks for what you do. Oh, thank you. Glad to have you. And hopefully your surgery goes well and is uneventful, but hopefully we can provide you some chill vibes, chill vibes as it were. Hopefully you'll have some really cool trailers after the Game Awards to look at and check out, and some deep dives on, like, one of my favorite things is when a new trailer drops and then people do those deep dives of like 15 details you missed, and it's like in the corner of the screen in a book you can see on the page it says something that's actually referring to this piece of lore which has to do with the bad guys that are going to be in the game. I love that kind of thing, and I think we're going to have a lot of those after the Game Awards. It's going to be a whole thing.
But it does mean that when he leaves, they're going to feel it.
I do think they'll feel it. I think it's going to be fascinating to see where it goes. Like, it's going to be fascinating. The other one I will show, I wanted to bring up was this one from Will Shen. This is from the other clip. Again, you guys should go watch the full interviews. They're fascinating. Give Kiwi Talks a sub because he does phenomenal interviews. Got all these guys together to talk. It's fascinating. These guys also, Dennis and the other one in this video, Jeremy, also great guys, very talented. But I mentioned Will earlier in the video, so I figure we'll just want to show you this a little bit before we adjourn. Whoop, I muted it. So Will Shen, designer on Skyrim, Fallout 4, 76, and Starfield. He was the senior quest designer on Starfield. He also has done numerous things. For example, Will Shen GDC. This one. So he did this talk.
Games every year.
Oh wait, no, this is the patrician reaction to it. This is the talk. I've made that mistake before clicking on that one. But he gave this talk with one of his other co-developers on their process on building these out, level and quest collaboration from Skyrim to Starfield. Very interesting talk. Again, highly recommend you check it out. But Will is like, he knows what he's doing. He was high up within BGS, but the most interesting thing about this GDC talk that I reference a lot is actually his extended discussion on using systems like Jira, because he had worked on older projects like Skyrim when the team was like 120 people. And he saw the transition from that to Starfield, where it ballooned upwards of hundreds of people and became so big that it was like hard to juggle and manage how many people. Like, look at this chart. This chart still blows my mind. The source from Moby Game credits. So this is kind of like IMDb, but for games, where you can see all the developers that worked on something. And in this case, they were able to track the data and see how many people worked on Starfield. You can see on Skyrim, peak, about 150. About 150. Fallout 4, 170, 180 maybe. And then this also, to be clear, will include like producers and people not necessarily like programmers exclusively. This is like everybody on the team. Fallout 76, the number jumps significantly. And then with Starfield, the number is way bigger. Way bigger. Lots of contractors, lots of outsourced teams, groups like Machine Games, which reportedly helped them on like improving the first person shooting mechanics and stuff like that. So this whole talk is fascinating. It's definitely worth checking out if you're interested in BGS. But this is Will, after he left Bethesda, doing this interview with Kiwi Talks, discussing a bit about his time with the studio and his experience with Todd specifically.
Entered as an intern, Todd was already really important. You know, they had just done Oblivion, the Elder Scrolls Oblivion, which was a big success for them. They had just acquired the Fallout license, and they were, you know, gearing up to, I was part of the production for Fallout during the internship, Fallout 3. So he was already the undisputed, you know, leader, the person in charge of Bethesda Game Studios. So we never really got to know each other personally because by the time I had entered the organization, he was already like game industry famous.
Yeah.
He knew Adam Sessler personally. You know, he was on I forget the name of the show. I think it was G4 TV, Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb. I think he was on that show a few times. I don't quite remember, but he was already a name in the games industry by the time I entered the industry as an intern. So he was always very high above. And even as I ascended the ranks, you know, I was just ascending the ranks as the organization was growing. So he remained further and further away. I was eventually in meetings with him every week with like the rest of the leadership, but that was pretty much as far as we go. And I guess my one regret from my time at Bethesda was I came in after the point where you could know him personally. And I was always really curious, who's the person, you know, who's the person behind the fame, you know, because once you're that famous, and you're in charge of all these people, you can't, you know, it's really hard to let people in and show, you know, your weaker, more vulnerable side. You know, how's he like with his family? You know, what really like makes him mad? Like, does he hate Tabasco on his tacos or whatever? You know, those little things that really make you human, that only the people closest to you get to see, those more vulnerable parts of you. And that's just not possible. You know, he wasn't even my boss. He was like several rungs above me, you know, when I came in at the lowest. So that was never going to happen. But that was always something I was really curious about. I
think that's true also of like pretty much any boss. Like we've all had the people that we've worked for. When I was in real estate, my bosses were all very, very tough guys, you know, hard asses even at times, but they were very experienced, but they also had an open door policy. So if you needed to get a hold of them, you could go in there and talk to Mark if you needed to for extended periods, even though, you know, he's filthy rich and amazingly successful and a very big deal in the real estate scene in Denver. If you needed to talk to him, you still could, you know, it was open, but he wouldn't let you in. Like, you know, he wasn't going to ask you out for a drink or anything. And so I think that's true of like a lot of boss relationships.
What is it like to actually be that person? We'll never, no one will truly know but him. But there were a lot of people who were a lot closer to him because they had come up together when the future was much less certain.
Yes.
I think also this, not just to glaze Corey, but like this is why I think the Raising Kratos documentary, for example, was so good, because it not just humanized the team, but it also helped people understand how these games get made. It helps them appreciate it more, I think. And you see not just how the games shift and change, but you also see the human element of it, of the stresses, the questions. There's the one part somewhere in here. There's one part in here where they're discussing the cancellation of the sci-fi project. Somewhere. It's been a minute. Not too familiar. Oh God. Well, somewhere in here. But they show snippets of that, and they show like how hard it was on the team to see all that stuff canceled. Clean shaven Corey. Wow. That's a throwback. But I think that that's really, really useful. And it's not just because I think documentaries are cool in general, but I think it's important for this industry to also humanize the people involved with it. Because so much of like internet discourse is literally about dehumanizing people and baking it or boiling it down to just like game bad, studio bad. But like, it's important to remember that these are actual human beings that are working on this stuff, and people are making the best choices they know how to make. They're doing the best with a very tough situation, trying to figure it out. And so, I mean, imagine a documentary like this, but covering the production of Elder Scrolls 6 from the beginning of like the first pitch all the way through to like launch. That would be crazy. And I think honestly, it would do a lot for showing the human side of BGS. It would demystify a lot of it. It might reveal some interesting tidbits. but I think it would be really cool to see them do it. And this is one of the initiatives that PlayStation's had that I've really liked, is the push for documentaries and being transparent with the development process. And I think you've seen, not just in the fact that like these videos get, 6 million views, like clearly a lot of people care about them, but I think this probably, like this documentary, I imagine has recruited a lot of people into the gaming industry to see like how it's done and to get excited by that and to see that it's tough, but it's also very rewarding when it pays off, So more documentaries, please. That's my point. All of this is just, it's important to remember that even with somebody like Todd, we may make fun of him in the form of cardboard cutouts and candles. Ultimately, it's because we're fans. And I've always like stressed, we meme on this stuff, but you do need to remember that even though we meme well. The pun sounded less cringe in my head, but then I said it, and it sounded worse when I said it out loud. But what are you gonna do? We're moved past it. I just, it's important to remember that like even Todd is a legend. There's a reason that he's so well known. He is a legend, and he does deserve some damn respect. He does. Even if we poke fun, So somebody was asking me for a gaming hot take the other day, and frankly, like one of my hot takes, which surprises people, is that like Starfield really was not that bad. Starfield's biggest crime was that it was just kind of mid. The way I described it in my game, or in my review of the game, was that Starfield is kind of the ultimate kind of game. Like, it's fine. But people acting like it's a disaster or just terrible, I'm like, I don't know, like, did you play it? It's like that's the problem, is that it's got cool ideas. It just doesn't really excel at a lot of them. But I think because we talk about Starfield a lot and everything, people assume that I'm just going to be like, it's terrible, it's awful. I'm like, The problem is, like, you play 25, 30 hours of it, you have a really good time. You play the full 60, 70, 80, and it's like, it gets really boring. But I would not call it bad. Suicide Squad, I would call that bad. but I don't think I'd call Starfield bad. Parts of it are bad. Parts of it are really impressive and good. But yeah, you got to establish your scale, right? You got to establish your scale. Yeah. Okay, quick. There's some people are saying there's some update to the statue. Is there an update to the statue? New Divinity. Cromwell. Okay, Cromwell. Jesus. 36-year-old model who looks 17. How is Leo? Okay, sorry, that's funny. We're here looking at something else, but that's freaking funny. This is a dude on TikTok. I've shown you guys clips of him before. He's a dude that lives, I don't even know where, but he's like almost 40, obviously, and regularly posts that he looks 17. He's like, everyone in my village says that I look 17. It's like, who's gonna tell him? Anyway, this a whole thing. We weren't meant to announce that yet. Where's the part where he debunks it? Did he not? I don't understand. Did he delete it? I don't understand. 12.9. There aren't currently any plans for a new Divinity Original Sin 3 game, but once we are ready to show what we've been working on, we will. So it's not going to be called Divinity Original Sin 3. In the comments of the post. Interesting. The plot thickens. Jacob, did you already post the clip? perchance. Probably worth following them. Yeah, can you just pin a comment and just say that I forget his exact title. But one of the Larian devs said that there are no, I mean, you could copy this. There aren't currently any plans for new Divinity Original Sin 3 game. ... So possibly new IP or spin-off game or something. I think he's being wordy. I think he's being wordy and precise. Because, like, bro, they're the same. Like, it's the same logo, dude. Just so you were clear, this is the new registered trademark. It's filed by the same agent representative ID that files the Divinity trademarks. And, dude, this is what they look like overlaid. I mean, come on. It might not be Divinity Original Sin 3. I still think it's Divinity something. I mean, come on. Like, bro. Come on. It's just a coincidence, Luke. It's a coincidence. Okay. Do we need to update our bingo card then? Oh man, I think he's being coy. It's definitely, I think it's a Larian something. I don't know exactly what it is. They suggest that it has to do with the God King, specifically within Divinity, the Black Ring faction, because there's this guy that has the like long arms that roughly align with what you'd see here, as you can see in this artwork from the game. But you know, it could be anything, like a new spin-off IP. It could be that it's just Divinity. Maybe it's a reboot of the franchise with higher production value. I don't know. Just change it to Divinity. We could do that. I closed the tab that had it, but maybe we just write over it when we're watching the show. Just Divinity. Because if we're going to be pedantic and be like, oh, it's not technically called Divinity Original Sin 3, then I'm like, come on. But I mean, are you really going to say that this is just a coincidence? Like, bro. Bro. But yeah, it's definitely still Elder Scrolls 6, right? Like, that's hilarious. Even down to the little ridge in the right arm. That's crazy, dude. Anyway, we'll see. The plot thickens, but on Thursday we'll find out about it. We'll know. But yeah, Jacob, probably add a pinned comment discussing it, and just to let people be aware. What if they rename it to God of War to make Corey look bad? I guess we'll have to wait to see what Corey thinks. They're like, it's not Divinity Original Sin 2, it's Goop of Winning. That could work. They got to keep you guessing. That's the key. Always keep them guessing. Keep them on their toes. Dude, I am praying that this is introduced by Miss Piggy. If I ever have a game that, like, people, you know, I've been working on, people are really stoked for it, super hype, I'm going to subvert expectations, and I swear to God, Miss Piggy will introduce it. Okay? Even though everybody will be like, why did she introduce your game? Why wouldn't she? She's the queen. Of course she did. Like, what are you talking about? Of course she would. Is Felt That Boxing connected to the Muppets? No. It's inspired by the Muppets, but no, it's not. She's porking Kermie. It always makes me think of the Family Guy bit where she's like, sorry, I'm late. I had a frog in my throat. Right, Kermie? Right? Please stop drinking. Anyway. Okay. So there we go, my friends. Couple of other tiny little things. Ubisoft recently added files to Black Flag. Now it's receiving updates almost every month since October. Developer uploaded roughly 246 megabytes of new data to the public branch of that depot. Usually indicates a new build for testing or new assets being added, such as images or trailers. My guess is it's going to have a like homepage funnel to the remake. That would be my guess, is what they're doing. A Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2 remake was in development at some point, but that's a thing to just continue get you exciting. And Jeff did confirm that Tomb Raider will be at the Game Awards, as was just revealed in the Game Awards vote in Fortnite map portal. I feel so old. They have a map portal in Fortnite, and that's where they revealed that Tomb Raider will be at the Game Awards. Like, I feel so old. They're revealing stuff now within a specific map in Fortnite? What? I don't understand. You know? Maybe do I need to download Fortnite just to see Game Awards announcements now? I don't get it. And to be clear, I don't think that this is like she's coming to Fortnite. I think that they're saying this is going to be a reveal. Maybe she's also coming to Fortnite. But I think they're saying that it's going to be revealed at the Game Awards, a full game, but they're announcing that the reveal will happen through Fortnite. Maybe she's also coming to the game and they're doing the trailer. I don't know. Again, I feel old. Yeah. I saw my first concert in Fortnite. Travis Scott was huge. Calling that a concert hurts my soul. That hurts. Like, honestly, in chat, real talk. Does that qualify as a concert? If you watch Travis Scott in Fortnite? I was virtually surrounded by people. I just, maybe I'm old fashioned, but when I think of a concert, I think of going to a concert, not booting up Fortnite, playing my night forts and build modes. Yeah, if you called it an e-concert, Stark says, yeah, the e-concert, I'd be fine with that. That makes sense, but it's not a concert. It's an e-concert. Even then, it's like a bit of a stretch, but like, I don't know, man. You're Arthur Morgan now? No, I don't have enough faith. Dutch keeps telling me. There's already been 1.5K people waiting on Game Awards YouTube waiting room. It's going to be huge. Yes. It will be huge. Not even counting like restreamers, but anyway. Let me double check the rest of our little tidbits, see if there's anything else I had bookmarked to mention. Some leaks and rumors are suggesting Assassin's Creed is putting a bigger focus on parkour in upcoming games, especially after the feedback after Shadows and the post-launch support updates there. That would be good. Oh yeah. I guess I can touch on this real quick. Did any of you guys play new mini segment? Did any of you guys play King of Meat? I know the name sounds strange, but it was a game, or is a game, that is sort of like a team. Oh God. I'm sorry, I just clicked on the button. I'll show you in a second. It's wild. Close that, close. It's this thing, Amazon Games, and it's like a puzzle game, but you can build levels, build your own dungeons, and then you all race together to get through the dungeons and everything. We tried it at Summer Games Fest, actually, and it was fine. I thought it was way too easy. Like, I like the idea of building challenging levels to go through, but it was just generally super easy, which made it feel like, what's the point? And when a game is too easy, it feels like a kid's game, you know? If it was way harder, then I was like, okay, I could get into this, but it was just way too easy. So I didn't really bother with it. It launched back in October. I didn't even realize, and it appears no one else did either. Because right now, it's been struggling. So look at this. According to documentation provided to Insider Gaming, under the condition that they do not go public, leadership was looking for the game to hit concurrent player counts of at least 100,000. According to sources, the game failed to hit 1,000 consistently across all platforms, with SteamDB showing a peak concurrent player count of 300. And I just pulled it up. Bro. Like, I didn't realize it had launched. I had no idea. And it seems like nobody else did. And they expected 100,000 peak concurrence? What? What's crazy is that they spent an ungodly amount of money promoting this game too, in ways that you probably also did not hear about. Okay? I didn't realize this. They paid Mr. Beast God knows how much money to put a video together where they didn't just do like a let's play. They did a competition where if you beat the game, you win $250,000. And they built like a full set. They put together a bunch of big creators from YouTube. Do I recognize any of these? Let's challenge. Boomer challenge. Let's see. Aru, Purpled, Uzoth, Ryguy, Rocky, Carl, Tariq, Socks for One, Devontae, Alice, Lena Ray, Flack, Everly Nix, Majd, Nolan, Senny K4, it's Laura Bear. I still don't recognize a single one. Sabrina, Russo Plays, Jelly. I recognize Jelly because he used to play with Quebble Cop. And we saw stuff about Jelly in the Quebble Cop mental breakdown stuff we looked at. So I recognize Jelly. Loser Fruit, Milk, Rose Thorn, Berserk, Hyper Cookie, Sizzle, BTMC, Glittery Virgo, Space Doggy, FG Moo, Captain Willis, Leah Ash, and Jesse TC. I don't recognize any of them, but okay. Dude, it's crazy. I'm sure they make great content. I just don't recognize anybody but Jelly, and I recognize Jelly because he was associated with Quebble Cop, who had a mental breakdown and went fully with like AI generated content in one of the biggest downfalls in YouTube gaming history. It's a whole thing. But let's see.
On YouTube to try to beat this game for $250.
Why is he yelling?
Let's go!
I separated these 8 teams into their own lobbies, and the first 4 teams to make it to the end together will move on.
Just lock in. We got this.
Okay, make sure you're sprinting. All right, trampoline jump. Good. All right, here we gotta break it. We gotta break this wall to open it.
Yep, nice. Keep going.
See what I mean when I say that it seems like it was meant for like little kids?
teams have finished. I really hope you guys enjoyed this video. This is a phenomenal set, and we literally have 32 creators here. There's fire, just go around.
Like, how much did they spend on this? They spent an ungodly amount of money, I'm sure. They built this custom set. They flew all of these creators out here. I'm sure paid them all as well. Mr. Beast, I'm sure, got a fat stack for this as well.
I'm towards the end.
We're here.
I'm coming. Take your time on the hammers.
Ah! Guys, come on, go.
Oh, we got our first finish.
We gotta be the winners. Come on. I'm at the end.
You're so close.
Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? So they did all of this. This video has 6.8 million views. Dude, these all seem like AI comments. Like, what even is happening right now? What even is happening? But after all of this, 6.8 million views. They put this out October 3rd. Okay. The game launched the day before this. And their peak player counts went from 212. They gained 50 players from that 6.8 million view video. $6.8 million views converted to 50 players. What even is the math on that? What's the conversion rate of that? Like 50 divided by 6.8 million. Can it even display? Just show me the number. Show me the number. Okay. Not great. That whatever the return on investment calculation is, like imagine that. That's crazy. That's insane. Okay? So I think for one, what can we learn from this? What can we learn from this? From one, if your game is targeting children, hiring a bunch of 30-year-old men and women to promote it is a weird choice that probably doesn't work. You may get a lot of views on a Mr. Beast video somehow, but clearly that doesn't convert to anything. So not really worth that. I can only imagine, like, they spent all of this money on this. I can't even imagine how many millions. And it converted to 50 players. Like, I know that we point to, like, you know, lots of big games that have struggled and stuff, but like this, I think, is just a fundamental misunderstanding of where players are and how to appeal to them. Like, if you're targeting the little kid demo, all of these YouTubers that they're pointing to play games like Fortnite, Minecraft, Roblox. Like, that's their thing. The little kids are all playing those already. You know? Like, they're not going to convert to this game just because they saw some YouTubers playing it. They're going to keep playing Roblox, just like all of these content creators are going to go back to playing Roblox and doing that. So, like, what's the point? What are we doing? What are we doing? And I think it's really out of touch marketing people that thought that this was what was going to help the game pop off. And I just don't understand. 32 creators, 100K each, 250K supposedly given to one team. That sets back a couple mil. Mr. Beast probably about 5 mil. I say at this point it's at least 10 million. Do you think they really gave each of them 100 million or 100,000? I mean, some of these creators were actually quite small and would have done this probably for free, just for the exposure. But maybe they gave them fat stacks. I mean, either way, I think they spent millions and millions and millions of dollars on this, at the very least, just for Mr. Beast. It's kind of crazy. But this is what they did and spent their money on. And then the game launches And I mean, it went over just about as well as you would expect. And it's too bad because like King of Meat, we tried it, like I said, at Summer Games Fest, but it just wasn't like it. If it were free, it was maybe something you'd try on a weekend, but it was not hard enough or challenging enough for me to feel like it was a game for me. It felt like a game made for children. And then you see that they're charging $30 for it. And it's like, guys, in this day and age, these types of games for kids are all free. They just are. If it were free, you probably would have seen more than a 50-player bump when this went live. You know? Like, what are we doing? So this, without a doubt, has been a catastrophic flop. Like, absolutely crazy. And now the team is looking at layoffs, as you would expect. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. I don't know. I can't think of another time where I've seen internal expectations of 100,000 and they achieved at launch 200 on Steam, at least 212, and then the day after when the Mr. Beast video went live, they reached 253. Like, I can't think of another game that like, it's literally Concord 2, kind of like. They spent millions of dollars on this and got 250 players. That's crazy. And I'm not saying this to like celebrate or whatever, but I think that this should be a lesson to everybody that like you cannot just slap Mr. Beast marketing on your game and expect it to do well. You can't just throw money at something to get it to pop off. You need to listen to feedback, find a community, and build it. You can't just buy it. And I think they were trying to just buy a community, which quite clearly didn't work. Like we told them at Summer Games Fest, $30, really? As I'm sure a lot of other people did too. And, you know, the game was decent. You could make dungeons and stuff. It was polished. It ran well. But if they had listened to feedback, we said, make the game way harder, make it way more challenging. But I think their goal was to always try and get the game sold to like, you know, 7-year-olds and 8-year-olds who are watching Mr. Beast videos and all of these YouTubers. And, you know, this is how it worked out. So what are you going to do? What are you going to do, man? Not by King of Meat, apparently. Too bad for the team because they seem talented, but they needed to listen to the feedback and not just try to buy their way through with Amazon money. But here we are. Half of these were devs. I mean, a decent chunk probably were, because I know like it's pretty common for them to boot up and play with everybody. But anyway, there you go. I thought I'd share that with you because that is like literally on the scale of like a Concord level flop that had millions and millions of dollars thrown at it. It's absolutely wild. Okay. Luke, will the Game Awards be only on Prime or will they also be on YouTube? Yeah, they'll be everywhere. I'm sure it's on Twitter as well and Twitch and everything. Yeah, I think it'll be everywhere. Thank you for the 5. Did you see Peanut won Best VTuber? I did see that, Kyle. Like I literally do not care at all about the Gamer Awards. But I will say it was quite funny that like a lot of people were getting upset about him winning VTuber of the Year award. It's just funny. Cuz like I do not care. But it's funny how much they care, you know? It's just funny. Okay. Well, everybody, I am going to call it there. We are going to be back on Thursday. I think we'll take off tomorrow to stream on Thursday for the Game Awards. We'll co-stream the whole thing. It's going to be good. We'll do the bingo, the Game Awards bingo to determine who among us is right and wrong about our predictions. And if we get a bingo, we'll do a PS5 giveaway for everybody, okay? Not for everybody. One PS5, to be clear. And any one of you will be able to win it, okay? Okay, with that, much love. I will see you soon. Soon. I can't talk. Much love. I'll see you soon. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.